Yo. Wait, I bonked my camera. Whoa, what the hell happened? My camera's in a wildly different position. What the hell is going on? Right, we're here, we're logged in. We are here. We are ready to game. Perfectly on time. And yes, guys, the NA arc begins. The NA arc is back. The year is 2030. ArenaNet launches X-Pack where we ride Junundu Worms as an oppressive... Wait, why am I going so fast? There's still player debates on whether the game is dying or not. I mean, that's a fair debate. Wait, World vs. World information is not visible from dungeons, instances, and overflow maps. Travel to World vs. World to participate. Okay, then. I mean, we can do that. That's an option that I believe we have the capacity to do. Very nice. Every single day, my audio settings just get cooked. I don't know what's going on there, but it's not good. It's pretty bad. All right, I'm joining Hall of Judgment. We're here. Let's go Rome. Wait, there's a new... Wait, what's going on actually? What's happening, Mize? Is there a nerf or something? Okay. Enter the grove and cast aside your mortal delusions. The trees do not move, yet they watch. The roots do not speak, yet they know. You tread upon ancient soil, your presence fleeting, your arrogance laughable. Still the leaves murmur, beckoning, will you listen? The bark whispers of truths too vast, too deep. Kneel, fool, and let the wisdom of the forest take root, or be forgotten like the leaves beneath your feet. Okay, then. It's a bit weird. What kind of copy pasta is that? Oh, it's been like this since the patch? I mean, why are you only bringing this up now? What new information has come to light? Rolls rest? NA pro strats? It heals for 1% more than without the talent. It takes 2 seconds longer for 2 points. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll join Rolls Rest. I'm transferring. Here we go. Join team. I have joined the team. Wait, I wonder what has happened. I wonder if it updates while I'm here. Wait, have I swapped team? No, I'm still red. But yeah, I think I need to leave World versus World. Otherwise, it's going to be very confused. Okay, now I transfer. Let's see what happens here. Are we team swap just like that? Oh, I think it's a little bit confused with what's going on here. Yeah, I think the game is not the biggest fan of me doing this, but I guess it's kind of working out. I think it will catch up. Yeah, I think that, you know, look, I think it's fair to give the game a little bit of a break here. Something very strange just happened. It gets wonky, gets a little wacky, a little goofy. I can definitely see that. YouTube chat does not exist? Well, how am I reading it then? Explain that. If you guys don't, if you're not real, then how am I reading your every word? Seeing your thoughts. Man, I was really tired today. It just kind of hit me. I also only got about like 3 hours sleeping for the past couple of days. So yeah, that's not good. Wouldn't recommend that. I'm still very tired. Hopefully we'll be back to being fresh tomorrow. I'm going to get this Wisp quest. Here we go. I'm also not real. That is a startling revelation. Oh, the chat overlay isn't here? Wait, let me bring it back. I brought it back. You're real. Twitch chat exists. Oh, birthday gift. Let's go. Which one is this? 7th birthday gift. Huge. Birthday boosters have been enabled. None of this is real. Have you abandoned the EU Wing 8 CMs? No. I will still be playing with that group. But I was too late today. Because I was still was raiding. We were raiding. Oh, there, Cassandra Streetcat 306. Quite the name. YouTube chat isn't real and can't hurt you. Well, you know what? I think it is real, but I think that YouTube chat is fairly harmless, you know? I believe in YouTube chat being a place of sanctuary. A place of joy. Can we actually kill this guy? Whoa, what the hell was that? Did you guys see that? What happened there? That was like the longest range Spear 4 ever. And it's still somehow connected. It's like latched on and got the connection. Huge. Gotta kill this guy. Oh, he just has the distort refresh. The reflect trait as well. The ranger. I don't auto attack. I'm auto attacking. I can land this, I think we're good. Oh, actually a nice dodge. Oh, I got the elite elixir though, that's pretty tasty. Is that enough for a kill? Maybe not. Not quite. Oh, that actually hit. This should be it now. Oh, they got pulled. They got yoinked. What's your availability tomorrow? Oh yeah, I can play tomorrow. I can play all day. I am here. Do you watch the kill? Yeah, I was watching the streams. Keeping an eye on them, so I know what was going on. How's the sleep schedule? It's a little bit messed up right now. You know, it's okay. Look, I'm awake. I'm awake. What more do you want from me? Time to hard reset. Oh, this player's probably dead, I think. We've got a big combo. He actually lived. And they went this way. Yeah. The gamer. Oh shit. Dude, me and this thief are about to get roamed. That is very unfortunate. I did not want to use this ability. This is very bad news for us. I'm not sure if we're getting out of this one, boys. Or maybe we can port back here. And get the oh, dude! That was a big bamboozle, no? Get me out of here. Yo. We actually got him. God, dude, get me out. I'm getting chased. No. Run. Okay, I think we're out. We have reached the sanctuary of the commander. Or have we? No, we haven't. It's kind of not over. And that guy enjoyed my auto attacks. Oh, I corrupted his stability on the overload there. That was pretty disgusting. Glad she landed. I think probably went this way. Guy's dead. That was a heal skill chaos thing. He's gonna go for the invis. We just keep cleaving, I think. He ported somewhere. They actually get the res? They actually did, yeah. Couldn't see him because of the mass invis. Dude, we got some roaming action going on here, though. It's pretty interesting. Ooh. Might be time to get out of here. This is looking bad. I can drop this to block people. Getting cut off. Not looking good. Drop the elixir on ourselves. We can maybe flush worm away here. Big cleanse. Ooh, yeah, that dagger early is pretty swift, though. Yeah, that's going to be it. Goodness me. Pretty interesting roaming going on, though. Pretty cool. Guy, not a fan. Although perhaps not a fan of getting killed or corrupted. Honestly, if I got corrupted like that, I wouldn't be happy either. It's understandable. That is understandable. Oh, the tag just ported. Unlucky. Oh, wait, we should go to EB. I'm going EB. Greer is dead. Yeah, I saw. Greer has fallen. You love to see it. Another clip for the roaming montage? I mean, yeah, it always is. Always be recording. You never know when you might roam someone, and you can add that clip into your montage. Belladar's spawn has been purged for the 28,527th time. The mount has still not dropped. Doomga. Yeah. Sometimes that's the way it goes. You know, that's an MMO classic. Sometimes you don't get the drop. There aren't that many things like that in Guild Wars 2, though. You know, it's funny. Like, I have a bunch of the Tequaddle skins. I know that people farm those like crazy, and it takes them ages. You know, like some people just don't even have one, right? After farming a whole bunch of them. Made Conflux. Ah, very good. Yeah, legendaries are very nice. Legendary trinkets as well. Really good. Use those on all your accounts. You love to see it. Okay. Lovely. Looks there's a bit of content over here. There absolutely is. Content is indeed here. Ironhide Gaming from the opponents. Ram. I guess that's why they're, you know, they're called Ironhide. They like the 50% damage reduction buff. Oh, we got some dots coming in. We gotta go defend that. How'd WoW raid go? Pretty well. We already killed the third boss on Mythic. Very happy about that. So we're doing pretty well so far. I think it was something like world rank 95 or something like that. For the 95th guild to kill it. Pretty good. Not a free boss either, actually, by any stretch of the imagination. Took a good chunk of tries to get it down. I was expecting it to not take quite that long, but it's definitely some complexity to it. Like, it's, you gotta dodge stuff. A lot of dodging going on. WASD Gaming. Bunk Junker and Sprocket Monger? Yeah, those two are another level. That's going to be very difficult. I think we're going to go for sticks first and just make as much progress as we possibly can this week. Be very difficult, though, I think. This is a weird server, or like a weird link. Nobody has a tag. I feel like we're playing Maguma. This is like some Maguma shit, dude. Everything's wacky. Everything's very wacky here currently. This is Maguma 3.0. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what it feels like, for sure. It is feeling a little bit like that. We're just clouding. We're just going crazy. We're popping off. It's not a surprise to me. It's not a surprise to me at all that awesomeness is a Maguma enjoyer. Why am I not surprised? Easiest way to get SMC and just idle on the walls. I mean, look, that is the true endgame of World versus World. All the Maguma players that were actually good, and the rest went to the Maguma Alliance in Tier 2. Interesting. So there's been the fracture, the fragmentation of Maguma spilling over into two servers. Two alliances, I guess. Shout out to YouTube chat, by the way. Okay, so I think our goal is SMC here, no? Like, look, we're basically playing Maguma version 2.0, and we don't have SMC. What is this? Daily reminder, Chomp 3 party. Like, name a better emote than Chomp 3 party. I don't think you even can do that. Is it even possible? I need an equivalent of that. I need like, Teapot 3 party. In honor of Chomp 3 party. But I do think the 3 does actually contribute to it a fair amount. If it was just Chomp Party, it would be inferior to Chomp 3 Party at this stage. That's just like the level of development that we're at. Boom. The tier 2 mag is dissolving. How can when a cloud is already dissolved? It's fine, it will only make them more powerful. The ultimate cloud. Look, I miss the Maguma posting that would happen on the forums. When are we having that back? When are we doing Maguma posting again, guys? Because like, that's what we needed. Greer is over in Pugs, all disbanded. Oh, yeah, because the Enrage bled over into normal, right? Yeah, well, they'll probably address that. That is a little bit cooked. Although, you have Emboldened, so surely it's fine. Like, even if you're in, like, a Pug, can't you just wipe 5 times in a row, get Emboldened, and then just slam it? But that's what people are going to do. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Emboldened. There is no Emboldened? Oh, is there not? Oh, I thought it was permanent on Wing 7. Is it not permanent anymore? That's interesting. Foredoomed he has always been. Exactly, yeah. It's rotating now? Ah, okay. Yeah. I guess it was supposed to do that from the beginning. Look at me go. Whoa, dude. That's got obliterated. It's got ballisted or something. Okay, what are we doing here? What's happening? We don't have any siege. I guess we're trying to clear out the enemy siege. What is our mission? Okay, I'm building. I'm helping. I am assisting. A thief. The Cupcake Cartel. Well, yeah. I mean, those Greer normal mode pugs, they're going to be a little bit rough for a while. That is definitely, that is for sure. Save this guy. Stand in front of Greer and get smushed. Yeah, I guess that's not terribly surprising. I'm actually pulled. I've been mega CC'd. We're fine, though. Like a 5-second stun. That was brutal.
It all makes sense now.
That's fine. I'm sure they'll fix it. They'll address that pretty sure. Boom. Greer the Breaker is now impossible. Boom. The Greer breakage? Oh, no, I wouldn't say I'm broken from Greer. I actually think Greer is rather a good fight, actually. It's maybe a little bit overcooked with like all the AoEs going on there, but I actually think it's a fight that actually works with Guild Wars 2's combat system really well, because it's actually more about like group coordination and movement, which is like a very Guild Wars 2 thing. I think it's something that the game can do really well. You know, you have to like move together a lot, right? And like kind of, you know, dip in and dip out, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty decent, actually. I think ArenaNet kind of cooked with these CMs. I think Greer is probably the hardest one too, which I guess is kind of expected. Here we go. HP feels alright, but the DPS check is tight from the look of it. Yeah, I think it's okay as long as you have everyone alive. If you do the kill E-Reg strat, that looks to be pretty, you know, pretty consistent. Like leaving E-Reg alive is, you know, it's going to have a little bit more volatility, I'd say. Way overcooked to be a CM. Well, I mean, it's not supposed to be easy. But I mean, if you're saying that, like, you know, it's a little bit... If you're saying that, like, normal mode is too easy, but CM is too hard, I think that's, like, a valid criticism. Like, realistically, these CMs are not something that you farm. You're going to clear them once, I think. Most groups will anyway. And I think that's probably true, if we're being honest here, guys. That is almost certainly the reality of the situation. Yeah, Thorn's Relic will save the day. They're overcooked? Well, no, it's mostly, I think, a case of difficulty settings, right? Because I think that there is, like, a desire for something that's, like, clearable weekly, which is a bit more of a challenge, like, more than just farm content. And I think that's what the, you know... Well, raid CMs don't feel that way anymore, I feel like, because of power creep. But I guess EOD strike CMs do. They're, like, pretty... You know, they're very clearable, they're farmable. They're a bit more engaging compared to the normal modes. Aren't real raid CMs because they aren't farmable. I think that's a valid criticism, to be honest. Because I do think that is something that is desired in the player base. And I think it's actually a very valid concern for endgame PvE, is to have something that's, like, pretty hard, but also farmable, right? So you can, you know, like, you could pug them, right? You could pug and be able to consistently clear them, like, in a pug group or something like that. Again, that kind of like heroic, right? That's what heroic is in retail World of Warcraft. And I imagine that's the kind of thing that people are looking for. And that's not really what these CMs are. They're probably a little bit too much for that. Although, I don't know. Like, you know, once the strats get solidified, I think it's maybe doable. Farmable frame 1 or a little tough and maybe nerfed frame 10. Well, I think the thing about nerfing is that I'm not sure if nerfing is really good in this situation, because if you nerf you kind of like delete the fight from the game. That's kind of weird. When you only have 2 difficulty options, right? Huge. The fights are completely different. Yeah, I think that's good though. That's how it should be. I definitely wasn't expecting them to change as much as they did. I was expecting them to be like pretty similar to normal, but like a little bit more juiced up. I guess in some ways they kind of are, but in other ways not. All raids, they can be one-shotted. Yeah, but WoW is a little bit of a special case, right? Because they just add a bunch of shit to the game. When you only do like 1 raid a year, I think it's a little bit weirder to nerf stuff. If they release farmable, they'd be solved and demolished pretty quick. Yeah, and well, I mean that's why That's why, like, you want the extra setting, right? That's what people were kind of... I think people were probably expecting LCM to be around this difficulty. Probably a bit higher than this difficulty, actually. But I think that's what people were expecting. Like, LCM would be, like, what these CMs are. And then, like, regular CM would be, like, a little bit easier. A bit more accessible to kind of, like, mid-core groups and so on. Yeah, emboldened. Emboldened content. We need distort share back? I guess so. It's the only way.
Never capitulate.
Incredible. Maybe we're doing that for HGO Seras? Yes, because people knew in advance. That's like the big thing. So people had time to, like, you know, prepare for it a bit. Take some time off. SMC is ours. Also, we have the Paper Ego here. Chronomancer. ArenaNet. ArenaNet leader, actually. As you can clearly see. Absolutely incredible stuff. Yeah, nobody really knew what the fuck was going on. And they kind of got lucky with Seras being bugged as well. If Seras wasn't bugged, it probably still would have died anyway. Wing 7 CM, so there's some enable Wing 8 as the next goal. We can be Gosma, there's an ANET's version of CM. Yeah, sure. That you know, that isn't ideal. I would agree. I would definitely agree with that. But I mean, look, I don't want to tell you. Like, Guild Wars 2 is fucking old, bro. You know, they're trying to set a standard now. They're trying to unify these systems, right? They're trying to kind of unify raids and strikes and kind of blend them together. Like, and they're also trying to account for power creep as well. It's pretty tricky. Is Seras LCM that hard? You know, it's kind of a funny meme, to be honest. Like, Seras LCM with greens is that hard, but I think Seras LCM with the current meta strat is very easy. I think that will actually that will happen eventually. I think with these ones too. Like, strat is really important. And here's the thing about HTCM, right? Like, HTCM was very hard on launch, but this is why power creep is really confusing, because like HTCM now I feel like is really easy, purely because of how many boons you have and how much DPS you have. But power creep has completely changed it, right? Like, it's completely changed it. OP elite skills on the 15th anniversary like Guild Wars 1 got? Well, I mean, who knows? Well, there is another expansion coming up. They'll add some... They'll cook for us. They'll give us some new new combat features. Let's go, bro. Log in. Wasn't the average DPS for HTM was 37k? Now it's like 45k? Something like that, yeah. Land Trident? I don't think they would do the same thing twice in a row. That'll be too much. Wait, what's going on here? Awesomeness is building shield generators. Shield generators and trebs. Oh my god, dude, this server is out of control. This server is really out of control, man. Trait lines next. Yeah, that would be really cool. Like some new abilities, new skills added to the game. Okay. Land Trident 50k DPS meta. I mean, we probably will see some power creep with the expansion. And, you know, in a way, this is interesting to think about, but this will probably be semi-intentional by ArenaNet. That, like, okay, so power creep is actually an interesting mechanic because it does let you make stuff easier over time. And it probably will be on ArenaNet's mind. They're probably thinking about Greer CM and Ura CM. And Decimus CM here, is that, okay, well, we'll add a little bit of power creep to the game with the expansion. That will mean that groups progressing this will have, like, an easier time. And then they can, like, tune, if they do, like, a strike mission or for a raid in the next expansion, they can go, okay, well, this time around, we'll, you know, we'll do this, right? Like, we'll balance it around, like, where the game is at currently. So I think this is not actually a bad approach. It's very similar to like how WoW handles it, right? Like WoW just gives you more damage. So like if you're really struggling with a fight and it's just too much, like you don't have the execution for it, you just get better gear and then like eventually, you know, you'll be able to get it done. Both found Greer the best fight. Most others saw progging, hated it. I think it's because it's very, very divisive, I think, because some people really don't like what Greer is, because Greer is like a really big WASD check, movement check, and coordination check. It's about like moving as a group, pretty much. Some people really don't like that. Some people like the more... I don't want to say... Like, okay, people like the fights that are a bit like golems in a way, that kind of do mechanics and attacks at you and stuff like that. That's kind of a little bit more like Decima. I think that's fair. But Greer is just like the anti-golem. Like, he is the opposite of a golem. You know, funnily enough, I actually think that the Greer style of encounter kind of lends itself a little bit better to Guild Wars 2's combat system, to be honest. I think that kind of chaos, like, works really well for the game. It's very reminiscent of HTCM, like the Suwon phase with the 2 ads. That kind of stuff is good. There are a couple of, like, wrinkles, I would say. Very notably the AI, right? Like, the boss AI and NPC AI, I feel like is really, really wonky a lot of the time. Like, with, like, mobs aggroing onto you, like, where they chase you, how they chase you, all that kind of stuff. So I think that can feel really, really annoying and a bit frustrating sometimes, I feel like, with fights like Greer and HTCM as well. But, you know, it's just very volatile, right? It's just very volatile. Boom. Dude, NA World vs. World is popping. More alive than my link. We always end up on like the most putrid links in World vs. World, man. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Oh yeah, the instant knockback thing could probably use like a... It could use like a longer delay before it knocks you with the animation, so you can like react to it a bit better. Maybe a telegraph too. Would be really nice. So there's a couple of things that could be smoothed out. But the thing is that that might not happen, okay? Like, there's a decent chance, guys, that is just not a thing. One of us. I like that. Good guild name. Are we trying to get into this tower? What are we trapping, actually? Are we trapping the tower? Yeah, looks like we are. Oh, I'm saying there's a chance it doesn't get fixed. There's some potential there. Easy CM LM for each boss. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think in an ideal world, you would have an LM on all of them, and then a CM kind of in the middle. I would say that's your ideal universe. Because I think we talked about this a lot when we were speculating about the CMs, right? Like, the big group, or rather, like, a group that is a little bit underserved, is the mid-core group. But you know what? The really funny thing is that it's really hard to get this right, because there's actually a very similar problem in World of Warcraft, in my opinion, currently. In that Mythic is too hard for a lot of groups, but Heroic is too easy as well. So, you know, I think it is worth noting that these game companies, they are very much threading a needle here. It is actually very hard to get this right, and to get the difficulty where it needs to be to satisfy, like, the entire audience. I think it's almost inevitable that there are going to be some people who don't really have a difficulty setting that suits them particularly well. And, yeah, this is a really hard thing to do. So, I don't know. I don't really know what the best solution is. I think, yeah, more options are indeed always better if that's within the development scope for the company. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Incredible. Reasonable opinion begone. Look, if there's one thing I know, it's that awesomeness is the perception police. Wait, network error? What's going on there? Made the content farmable. One and done titles are cool, but it's an MMO need weekly repeatable content with a reason to replay it. Yeah. However, I think the thing is that is there actually enough of an audience for that in Guild Wars 2 currently? I'm not totally sure that that's the case. I agree with you, like, on principle. I think that is a great thing to have. That's a really, really good thing to have in the game. But the thing is, I'm just not really sure how viable that is, like, given the size of the raid scene, right? Like in Guild Wars 2. Come on, get in here. Dude, Deadeye, holy shit. Got deleted. 2 thieves is a little bit too much. So I think that the approach ArenaNet took makes sense, I think. Got used to farmable CMs. Well, no. Again, like, people want... Okay, whoa. No, look, it's not that. I think this is a very reasonable demand. People want something that's engaging but farmable, right? Like, that is what many players, I think, that's why people raid, right? Like, that's the point of why people raid, is that they want something a little engaging. You know, you can do it, like, semi-casually. You know, you got to learn what the hell's going on. You got to know what you're doing. You got to press some buttons. But you can farm it, right? I think this is a very common motivation that many players have for raiding. Like, why people like it, or what, you know, that's what people are after. And yeah, I think that is a very reasonable kind of desire to have something like that in the game. Never gonna run out of content? Yeah, I mean, look, you can buy more raids. Silhouette Gaming will purchase the raid, and he'll enjoy doing it too. Let's get this guy. Ow. Dude, I was gonna 1v1 this guy. And then someone from my server immediately ganks. It is what it is. You have the dev budget for it? Yeah, I think that that seems pretty likely. Incredible. Huge. Whoa. Get me out of here. Oh no. We've got a situation here, guys. We've got a big situation. Ah! Well, that's a lot of gamers. That is not good. You want to see, hate to see it. You love to see it. Consummate top-down approach, adding a mid to it would have been true as removal some mechanics and changing HP values. Yeah, but I don't think that I don't think it's fair to assume that that's true because you've got to test that, right? You've got to each of these different versions. They're very intensive development-wise, right? You're gonna have to test that, like see how it plays out, right? Like, you know, is it good? Like, is it intense enough, right? Like all the different breakpoints. I mean, sure, like it would have been really good to do that, but you know, it was probably quite a lot of work to make these as it is. And don't test anything. Well, I mean, look, that's obviously not true. It's obviously not the case, guys. They test at least some things. Was it good? Should be better. Yeah, I think it was really good. ArenaNet really cooked with these CMs. I think they've really exceeded expectations. I'm actually very impressed by the encounter design overall. Like, I think they really responded to feedback that they got in Soto, that the encounter design was lacking. And I also think that probably the lack of an open world map probably allowed them to kind of spend a lot of time on this, or like a meta event basically. Like probably allowed them to spend a lot of time on it. And because it was like, they used it for the world boss too. You know, like the world boss is the Titans, the convergence of the Titans. Basically, like all of their encounter design effort for the entire expansion basically went into the raid. So I think that's a very interesting approach. Oh, you missed the Greer clear? Oh, don't worry. We're going to be probably clearing, with any luck, the whole raid in about 15 minutes. Raid WoW 10 days active, Guild 2 CM within 12 hours. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, you know, WoW is mythic. This isn't... you know, this is not the LCM yet. Who knows how tough the LCM will be? Yeah. Huge. Almost a difficulty or equivalent between games. That is actually correct, yes. That is 100% accurate. They're all exactly the same. Identical, even. Boom. Is HCM still the hardest encounter in the game? No. I don't actually know what the hardest encounter in the game is. It's kind of hard to say. It's very hard because you have to kind of account for power creep. If that makes any sense, right? It's like, it's very complex to answer that question. Because you have to take into consideration, like, the state the game was in when the encounter itself released. Like, I think you could make an argument that HCCM was extremely difficult on release because builds were so bad, and there was, like, a massive balance patch on the same patch, right? So it was, like, very... And nobody... Yeah, it wasn't really known that that patch was going to happen, really. So it was like, okay, we're in a very, very strange situation. That, like, obviously influenced the difficulty as well. So it's actually very hard to answer that question, like, what's the hardest encounter in the game? Like, Ceres was very, very hard on launch because it was only LCM. And also, it was bugged on release as well, that also kind of changed the difficulty a fair bit. Made it harder to progress. And also, people didn't have, like, beam strat. You did greens, and greens... I mean, greens is a very hard mechanic, to be honest. It's, like, just greens on its own is significantly harder than anything you do in Ceres now, I'd say. It's over. Oh, I like somehow like slipped onto ground. Oh no, there's a new build. Oh, I wonder what's going on with that. Wait, are we actually rallying here? Am I desynced or something? I feel like something really weird has happened to me. Because like, the enemies are not killing me. So something very strange must have happened. So what was going wrong? I think indecisiveness was the main issue. Like, we didn't really have... well, if I'm going to be honest, I think team synergy was the biggest problem. Like, this group we played with, it was, like, very YOLO. We didn't know anything about the bosses going into it, really. We didn't do any preparation. And I think that the teams that did really well, they prepared a lot and, like, understood the fights pretty well. And that, like, really paid off, I think. But, yeah, like, the big thing was just not really having, like, we were, like, changing stuff up a lot and just kind of memeing. We didn't really have a consistent strat as well. Like, we were kind of doing, like, a weird hybrid approach, which I think wasn't particularly ideal, to be honest. We were kind of doing, like, half big damage and half, like, you know, just brute forcing it. But to be honest, like, the thing is that we just didn't really play the game. We didn't play the game. I hadn't really played the game a lot. And that's not good. And, you know, when it comes to this kind of thing, like, you really, really want to have, you really want to have a lot of, like, group synergy. You need to have played together a lot, I think. You need to have that trust. I don't think there was really a lot of trust between players. And that's actually really important. And that's just, I'm not saying that, oh, yeah, you know, we don't think we're good or whatever. Like, oh, yeah, you know, we don't believe in each other's ability to play the game. It's a little bit more than that. It's like the social thing. You know, it's the social fabric of a team is very, very important. You know, you need, like, playing with people who you've played with a lot it is actually a little bit of a secret sauce, right? It's a little bit of a spice. And the problem is, you know, and I'll say this is one of the big things why I didn't actually enjoy progression that much, to be honest, is that, yeah, like, you know, my team uninstalled the game, right? From Ceres, basically. Which is like, oh, okay. That doesn't feel good. It is what it is. We have a patch. Let's see what we've got. I'm scrolling down. Ah, Greer is here, guys. They summoned Greer. Did they fix some bugs in the CMs? Master requirements. Collect, and exploit. Wait, dude, they actually fixed this bug. That's actually a crazy bug. Oh, wait, no, actually, wait. I think this is a different one. Which can cause the pulsing damage inflicted with the, to not go away after the shard is picked up. Yeah, that's not great. Wait, is this the... Oh, no, it's... Wait, yeah, didn't we already do this one? Yeah, we already did this. Because this is like the Thorns Relic fix. Lower? Okay, I'll refresh again. I don't see it, guys. I don't see it. Yeah. Oh, I need to patch the game. You see them? Let me do a empty cache. I still don't see it. You guys see it? I feel like you guys are gaslighting me. I'm being gaslit. Okay. Oh, it's not really anything. Oh yeah, they just fixed like some of the bugs with the little infusion thing. But nothing too crazy then, right? Wait, oh no. Dude, Ark is dead. Absolute disaster. Wait, Nexus, save me. Nexus, get me out of here. Surely Nexus fixes it, right? Wait, do I have to manually do it? Oh, I do, yeah, okay. Goodbye, Ark DPS. I guess I have to restart the game too. All right, I think we're good. We're in business, guys. No Arc DPS, though, huh? No Arc DPS? Goodness me, guys. That... Is it even worth logging into the game with no Arc DPS? I guess we have no choice. Such a decimer if it was good for morale. Just curious. The real answer is that it was already over, right? Like the goal was to see if we were going to be competitive. Obviously, it was, you know, it was a bit of a long shot, obviously. But to be honest, like that was obviously not the case. And here we are, back in Wing 8. Ready to pump. Boom. Greering? Yeah, we're probably gonna... I think the goal is to full clear, actually.
Whoops, sorry, I was gonna wait at the base of the mountain for you, but what can I say?
Giga Chad Trailblazer Scourge and full grit review before swapping? I mean, look, that's always the way, my friends. That's always the way.
Me both. Now, you got a couple of titans to kill. I'm here to observe.
We're here to kill the
Careful if
Titans.
you're headed out. Haven't been able to scout much farther myself. Titan spawn everywhere. Heavy concentrations of them to the east and west. Might want to pick a direction and start there.
Big.
Oh, it's good to see you again. Been far too long. Now, don't get yourself killed.
Any Mystic coins? I mean, 0. I'm playing, not AFKing. Gotta actually play. Could any boss in the game defeat Scourge? No. Scourge is completely unstoppable. It cannot be defeated, much like Greer. Nice one. Yeah, Janther does look really nice. Scourge is the boss, very much so, yeah. Narcissus stuck on heal chrono for another 7 hours. I mean, that is content. It's a type of content, at least. Boss health.dll. And the thing is, I don't think any of the DLLs are working right now. The new patch, like, demolished the DLLs. So we are DLL free currently. Dude, look how much health this thing has. This mob is fucking crazy. The legendary Blighted Beast. Why do you look fresh? I mean, I'm not that fresh, because I'm pretty fucking drained. You know, okay, so there's an interesting thing, guys, and I've spoken this a little bit before, but, and man, I actually saw a really interesting video that kind of resonated with me actually about this, is that, like, for me, I'm just not interested in stuff if I can't be competitive, right? I'm just really not, you know, I'm just not interested if I can't be competitive. And, like, you know, the thing is, guys, I'm fucking washed in this game, bro. Like, I just haven't really been playing, and my crew, they're playing WoW, you know? We're playing WoW together, right? That's where the boys are at. And so that kind of, it makes it really, really difficult for me to actually give, like, a good opinion. Because, like, I think it's important for me, like, as an influencer, to kind of give you this take from my perspective, is that I am a very competitive person. So if something isn't competitive, I just won't, I won't enjoy it, if that makes any sense, right? Like, if I'm not able to compete, then I'm not really going to enjoy it. And, like, all of these things, like, you know, doing, like, raid progression, gaming, really, like, just playing video games, is basically like an avenue to be competitive, essentially. Like, it's, you know, in some ways, it's accurate to say that I don't like games. I like competing, and, like, gaming is an easy way from, or not an easy way, but, like, gaming is a pathway to doing that. Why are you not in the kill your team earlier? I had a WoW raid going on. Trailblazer with Minstrel or what? Well, it depends on what build we're going to end up playing here, actually, but it will either be like a Celestial Scourge, insane meme build, or a Trailblazer Scourge. Look, NA just believes in the fucking power, okay? NA believes in the power of the green class. NA is based. Talking about Greer and encounter design. When it comes to the bugs this cycle, they actually did, yeah. The game is not that buggy right now. Like, the Janthe Wilds is pretty damn well executed, if we're being honest, like, from an objective point of view. I really do think so, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, this is gonna be quite strange, by the way, guys, because this team doesn't stream with voice. And I will be joining voice to communicate with them, but I am going to be muting their comms, right? Because, you know, I'm not going to broadcast them against their will. That would obviously be illegal. You can't fucking do that. So this is going to sound a little strange, but it is what it is. Can't save insight. Yeah, I guess that's probably like a kind of a, you know, side effect of resetting the instance. Narrate for us? Yeah, I'll role play as everyone else who's talking. But yeah, it's kind of weird, guys. Like this doing the CMs, it's really given me, it's made me sad, because it's like, man, this is unfortunate. Which team in this? This is like the NA team, the COF team. Get half the picture of the comms. Yeah, you could like play them all at the same time. Yeah, it's Grim's team. Here we go. I don't know, having a team must sting. Yeah, it really does. It does sting a lot. And the problem is that, you know, I could like try hard and join another team, but this is where I am a little bit of a special snowflake. I kind of like building something, and I feel like it's really hard to kind of build something in Guild Wars 2, like make a team from scratch. In fact, I'm not sure how viable that is, to be honest. Like an actual competitive team, like not like an okay team. You can definitely make an okay team, I think, but like making an actual good team from scratch, I think, is kind of difficult. You know what I mean? So, you know, like there's an interesting example, right? Like, okay, so, you know, because like Luna during Ceres, right? Luna had to go because, you know, just had to go, right? If I joined SC and just killed Ceres with them, that would have been kind of lame. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you know, was I good enough to, you know, be able to play in that team? I'd like to think so. I hope so, anyway. At least on Heal Scourge, I better be, right? But it wouldn't have been as based. You know what I mean? And yeah, I like the building process. It's why I'm really enjoying playing in WoW, because we're kind of having this social guild building experience, right? Like everyone's playing together. We've been playing together for multiple tiers and so on. And that's really fun, you know, like everyone's getting better, everyone's improving, right? Everyone's feeling very, very motivated, right? All that kind of stuff. And that's really fun. I really enjoy that quite a lot. Do you have a plan for Ura LCM? I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I will obviously discuss it with the team here. But the thing is that if I don't, let me relay this. If I don't view it as possible that we're going to be able to compete in a relevant way, I'm not that interested in playing. I've got a lot of stuff going on IRL, and to be honest, I don't need any unnecessary stress whatsoever. I'm not having a good time right now, guys. Like, this is a bad time in my life. And to be honest, I don't really want to deal with this shit. Unless I absolutely have to. How does this raid compare to the heroic version of the current raid in WoW from a mechanical and difficulty point of view? I'd say I'd compare these CMs to, like, I want to say, like, they're harder than heroic. Well, they're like, yeah, they're like heroic end boss. Heroic end boss week 1. And like, I'd say you could compare them to some of the middle mythic bosses, I'd say. They're pretty difficult. Yeah, exactly, Nika, yeah. It's a lot of effort. And, you know, the thing is, like, I would want to do it, and, you know, maybe play the next expansions, like LCM, if they do that or something like that. But I'm just not sure how realistic that is, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, I'll just be very on the nose. And you know this, you've watched my stream a couple of times. Like, I'm just not interested in playing unless we're going to try to win, you know? I don't actually care about progression at all. I only care about, you know, Oh, you did do it with fungus, then WoW happened? No. Well, I mean, yeah, but I was down to do, but no, that's not exactly true. Because by the time that Ceres happened, Nika, like they'd already like quit. I had to like beg them to fucking log in. So I guess WoW did kind of get him in a way. Like, dude, I was ready to fucking log in, bro. You know, but yeah, it was tricky. It was fucking unlucky, man. Just clarify, you guys don't hear Discord, right? There's people talking. Yeah, Dagda unironically killed fungus, no joke. It actually kind of did. Kind of did. Crazy. Kind of, okay, yeah, we're good then. You want me to still play Bloodgrim? Okay, just like regular. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I could do second left. Oh shit. We're doing some technology, guys. Haven't played it. I think a big part of it was synergy. It's something that I really, I think a massive strength of this team and SC is they play a lot. I also think Yui's choice to play PvP was very smart as well, by the way. PvP makes you good at the game. All right, we lock in.
Blind is the eye that looks past the predator. Visions of blood swirling through the murk.
Yep.
Stop the growth. Into my web. Stop the growth.
Yeah, I got it.
A putrid storm builds. Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated.
I dodge one. Is a CPC on it? There's CPC on us. Yeah, I got it.
Join us.
My block. I'm not.
Stop the growth.
Oh. Fucking over.
Visions of blood swirling through the murk. Erroneous, your spirit.
Guys, it's fucking over. We're hard stuck. The game's fucking impossible. Greer will never fall, guys. We will never defeat Greer. Ever.
Blind is the eye that looks past the predator. Stop the growth. Erroneous.
Really fucking is over.
Spirit.
Greer broke here, dude. I mean, it's Greer the Breaker. They should have renamed it to Greer the Breaker, man. That would have been such a good meme. If they, instead of Greer the Blightbringer, he was Greer the Breaker. Oh man, that's funny.
Away from me.
No team comms. This team doesn't stream in comms, so I have it muted. But we are in comms, yeah.
Stop the growth. Erroneous, your spirit.
Yeah, this is yeah. Green's dead. It's fucking impossible. Can we blame Narsim for this? I thought we can, right? I am officially blaming Narsin for this. Narsin is dog shit.
Blind is the eye that looks past the predator.
I did not troll too hard, guys. It's not the way. I think we might have blocked the same one, Grim. I might need back up next left. Nice.
Stop the growth.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
Into my web. A putrid storm builds. Ugh. Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated. Join us. Stop the growth. Visions of blood swirling through the murk. Into my web. The putrid storm builds.
It's easy on boss.
Into my web. Can you hear it? Sublime lamentation. Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated.
CBC on me. I'm left. Left is good. Left is good.
Join us. Stop the growth. A putrid storm builds. Wise
CBC tag.
visions of blood swirling through the murk. No concession. Into my web. Stop the growth.
CBC on Grim. You're gonna rally. Oh. Oh, unlucky. My CBC. I got it, I got it, I got it.
Stop the growth.
Hook drains. Yeah.
Can you hear it? Sublime lamentation.
And also bad.
Erroneous, your spirit.
We need to try and bait that breath away, to be honest. The breath going towards the boss there kind of fucked us. Otherwise we could have killed it there, I think.
Embrace. Blind is the eye that looks past the predator. Visions of blood swirling through the murk. Stop the growth. Into my web.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Stop the growth. A putrid storm builds.
Got it.
Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated.
TBC on us.
Is the flesh not want to ripen and decay? Stop the growth.
CBC on ME.
Visions of blood swirling through the murk. A putrid storm builds. Into my web. Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated.
I go right. Right's good.
Why struggle? Erroneous.
Oh, thanks to the Prime, F. Parker. We orbed. The orbs got us, guys. Why the bone minion? It gives all the Necros life force.
Is the flesh not away from me? Blind is the eye that looks past the predator. Visions of blood swirling through the murk. Stop the growth. Into my web. Stop the growth. A putrid storm builds. Ugh. Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated. Can you hear it? Sublime lamentation. Stop the growth. Visions of blood swirling through the murk. Is the flesh not a putrid storm builds? Into my web. Stop the growth. I cannot be defeated.
Left is good. Left is good.
Is the flesh not want to ripen and decay? Stop the growth. The putrid storm builds. Visions of blood swirling through the murk. Into... no concession. Stop the growth. Fill your lungs. Into my web. Stop the growth.
CPC on Ugram.
Is the flesh not want to ripen and decay?
CPC tag.
Stop the growth.
CPC group. CPC's down.
Fill your lungs.
Good. Nice. Scourge, guys. Scourge is the way. Okay? Scourge, my friends. That is how you do it. Yeah, got all the achievements as well. We're logged in. Same build, Higram, or what am I playing? Yep, okay, gotcha. No, I mean, it's okay. Scourge, good strapping, yeah, you know, it's pretty good. That was a very relaxed kill. Had a minute left on the timer. Oh, man. We got some gaming to do here, guys. Time to YOLO this shit, dude. Decima, aka the Breaker. Dragon stat looking cool. Thoughts on that for this encounter? In general, Dragons is good on some builds that have too much crit chance, so you can get more stats in. But not many builds fall into that category. Is Vindicator good with Dragon? Don't you get to like exact crit? I don't know. I think you get to like exact crit cap on Vindicator or something. I think you're on full Zerker. Yo, look at that. Epic. Sea Glass Wave weapon box. Yep, got it. Let the gaming begin. We have activated the kiting Deadeye. Vaguely. It's too late for that, really, Nanny. I already know what's going on in these fights. Kiting.dll. Decima.dll, guys. What, you guys lying to you? I mean, I don't fucking know, bro. Guys, we wiped it 100%. It's fucking over. It's absolutely game over. Look, there's no misinformation in this stream, guys. Absolutely none. Rock collect. It's just good content, bro. Big rock collection. I mean, look, all the little pylons are rocks.
My turn! Little bug. Little bug. Persistent little pest. Still alive? I'll just have to scrub a little harder.
Where am I going here, Grim?
Little
I just follow circle, right? How's the circle thing? Yeah. Seems good. Yeah, I got you.
My favorite part. I'm gone, little bug. I paid. Persistent little pest. Still alive. I'll just have to scrub a little harder. Does this ignite a memory? Raging tempest to me! Scatter this filth to the wind! I paid. Raging tempest to me! Scatter this filth to the wind! Worms! Did I touch a nerve? Let's see how you dance.
Tragic. Hill did not get the dodge. That one is really easy. Oh yeah, DM by the way, Falco. The boss is piss. Any helpers? Get rid of Ark, Onidante. Okay. You kiss your cow and say, oh, you fucking weirdo. No, we're not doing that. Look, that costs a lot of money. In those zones, just away from others. You basically, the key thing here on this fight is you need to not charge the pylons, yeah? So you need to not hit the pylons with your spreads or your arrows. Or other people, yeah. Griefing other people is not good. Yo, Nike with a resub. I only resub because you saw a few anchors on your team and abandon them for a group that can get the kill. R.I.P. Mike. Oh, dude. What the fuck? That's crazy. If you charge one, you get bigger greens, which is pretty bad. Yeah, Emmy had to go. So we need to get a replacement now. Just a DPS. Apparently left is still asleep right now. Oh man, that's funny. He's still clearing with PT then? Yeah, I'll clear with him as well. We'll be probably finishing off the raid with them tomorrow. That's the plan. Select shoes. Guild Wars 2 is back, dude. Guild Wars 2 is always here. Was that wait, what are you referencing, Falco? I'm actually a little I'm lost. They're trying to wake him up, guys. Oh. Did we succeed? Who did we get? Who made it? Oh, the motor channel. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess we might have to sort something out as well, Falco, because holy shit. Oh. It's a spicy one, huh? It's a very spicy one. I felt it coming. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll see. We'll see what we can cook. I think we can do a little bit of cookery, Falco. I believe. I do think so. I do believe we can. I'm going to try... So what I'm going to try and do, by the way, Falco, for Motor, is I'm going to try to have a Matcherino page up for Tournament of Legends, and we'll start farming some gold. I'll have, like, the donation overlay here on the stream for the Motor prize pool, and we'll see if we can cook something up over the tournament, right? Get something hyped, you know? And then we'll see what we can do. Idea before, I'll DM. Yeah, send me a DM. Yeah, send me a DM for sure, yeah. I am the circle. Oh, yeah, for sure, Falco. Yeah, that could be kind of fun. All right, here we go. It's time. Yeah. DPS chip doesn't seem too bad on 10% either as well, because we had like 3 people go down. And we were only off by like 0.5%. Pro gliding. Yeah, I wasn't totally sure how the updrafts work. But then I figured it out. Gotta actually jump in them.
You rumble and rumble.
Wiped at sub 0.2% 4 times. Oh yeah, that is annoying for sure. That is a little on the frustrating side, yeah.
Just smear for the dirt.
There's probably an achievement for not letting it get any charge. We just failed one, I assume that's what it was. Narsen has not realized he was muted this entire time, by the way, guys. fucking content. That's actually incredibly base. He's been trying to talk, but he's been muted the entire time. And he just didn't realize it. That's pretty funny. It is what it is, my friends. It really is what it is.
Still alive. I'll just have to scrub a little harder. You dance.
They CC'd the ad.
Rumble and rumble! A future smear for the dirt.
Yeah, we're quiet. Although actually, I actually can talk during this. I'm just seeing if I need to say anything, but I don't think I really do. And we can just chill, guys. This one is definitely not that difficult. Like Greer is, I think, much more challenging than this.
Persistent little pest. Still alive. I'll just have to scrub a little.
Zooming on the side? Yeah, we're always zooming, man. Yeah, I've also got a Discord conversation. Thing is, right now I've got a bit of a Discord conversation going on currently, and that is also kind of distracting me a little bit. I'm trying to type at the same time. Talking about Motor right now. Some shit going on. A little bit of Masters of the Arena gaming, guys. You know how it is. So we're a little bit preoccupied. We're kind of doing a bit of multitask here. This one.
Let's see how you dance. Hello, little bug.
Oh, they're not getting the port in? Wait. They have 3 Scourges. Wait, they literally have 3 though. Yeah, we need the NA take on this though as well, Falco. Yeah, this is CM. Techno shit, thanks for the prime. Feels like Flesh Golem is almost feeling like overkill here, to be honest.
And rumble.
I guess it's good for like the main break bar though. Yeah, Grim will probably see it soon. But I'm not sure if Grim's team is going to play realistically. Yeah. I think dodging here is kind of trolling, but it's kind of hard to resist, you know? It's like, I feel like I'm trying to learn the habits, right? Because we need to hit those dodges at the 10% phase on the spreads.
I am a storm.
How much is it going to cost to buy? I think this will not be that expensive, to be honest. This one is pretty easy. I think the DPS check might be a little bit spicy with 9-man, but I think doable. Once people have, like, you know, got optimized comps and all that kind of stuff, probably just go ahead and, like, play this with a solo heal or something like that as well. Feels pretty doable. Like, really efficient strategies and just, like, be able to... This guy's kind of off to the side.
I'll just have to scrub a little harder.
But yeah, this one I think very sellable because it's very scripted, right? It's like very, very scripted. Like Greer is very volatile. That one might be a little bit annoying to sell. But I actually think Greer is very sellable too because all you have to do is pass the 10% DPS check. I think that's actually fine with only 9. Like we had a lot of time left over on our kill today. Oh. I should have just waited until those went off there. Rip the fucking achievement, bro. It is what it is.
My favorite part. I feed. Yo, B-Boy, what's going on, bro? B-Boy Cubed, aka World Record, Kingdom Hearts Speedrunner. Literal World Record. Rank 1 Legend. Still alive. I'll just have
This guy just pretty good.
a little harder. Does this ignite a memory? I feed. No, little bug.
You feel green. Deplete. Mighty T4 X Nudie collab for the tournament you're organizing. I know, like, I really like, Nudie makes some pretty good content, to be fair. He was the content warlord. Like, his video with QQ was very, very funny. Oh, that was good. I think it's cool that he does, like, the roaming stuff as well. Like, make roaming great again. We dodge. Dude, if only we killed it first try. Now we're stuck here forever. It's completely over. Okay, it's good though. We will just use this opportunity to not get hit by one of the lancers. Freest achievement of my life, guys. Decima, the Breaker. But to be honest, I feel like it's actually disrespectful to refer to Decima as a Breaker. I'm sorry, guys. I will never refer to Decima as a Breaker again. There is only one Breaker in Mount Balrior, guys, and I think we know who it is. It's not Ura. It's not Decima. It's Greer, the Breaker. That was it. No. I was expecting there to be a Scourge portal, but it's over here this time. Oh my god, it's the wrong. Fucking hell. Yeah, I thought that Scourge portal was going over the other way. I got baited, guys. We got debated.
Persistent little pest. Still alive? I'll just have to scrub a little harder.
The new map. I think the new map's pretty good, actually. Like this update is pretty cool. I think they've kind of found their stride. The first update of Janthea Wilds felt a bit shaky to me. This one feels a lot more solid, I think. Stop the growth. It's stomp the growth, not stop the growth. I feel like we've taken more tries on this than on Greer at this point. We're getting farmed. First wave Janthe Wilds. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. I think it looks and sounds really cool. Kind of a big fan. I like the fact it's a little bit like, you know, like Doric, like the Living Story Season 3 maps. Legendaries and raids. If you make it for Wing 8, they should make another CM in the future. I mean, I don't know. Why not? I don't think that means they're not going to do more CMs. I think that's how it works. Did Thorn's Relic is Giga here, because you just have pulsing damage. So that's pretty Omega. There's some weird stuff going on in comms right now. I think some mics have kind of gone wrong. Yeah, I think there's some hardware malfunctions happening. Got the charge there. Better than the new CMs. Yeah, I think I didn't really cook with these. They're well designed.
Persistent little pest. Still alive. I'll just have to scrub a little harder.
Yeah, that's right, Tarboy. Yeah, they rotate round. Oh, dude, that beam hit me? I must have just barely clipped it. Fucking GG, man. It is what it is. Okay, we need to slow down. We want to wait for the red arrow, apparently.
Persistent little pest. Still alive. I'll just have to scrub a little harder.
It's time. Oh no. Whoops. We got pushed. Scourge portal saved the day, though.
Memory.
Got the green coming up here.
Raging tempest to me. Scatter this filth to the wind.
We're nearly going to get the charge achievement.
Little bug.
Looks like we basically let one in. Like when you get the like it's like the first phase, right? Like after the first set of ads. We got the green.
Raging tempest to me. Scatter this filth to the wind. My favorite part. Worms. My turn.
I went for the greed there. I got hit there because we went for the greed. But we got there. And at the end, I just went for pure greed there. Time for Ura. It is. It is time Aura. Oh, nice. Look at that. Yeah, Decimus EM down. Yeah, that one, it does not feel too bad at all. You need to see the movement, but that one feels like very chill. You love to see it. Now, I'm expecting a lot of Scourges here. I do think that Scourge is going to be fucking juiced on this fight. There we are, though. 2 CMs down. Third one coming up. Wait, what's this, then? Prevent Destiny from using any charge. Ah, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, and you can't charge. Yeah, okay, so you can't charge any of the pylons either. Yeah, that is a bit of an annoying achievement to get. Should be pretty... That's not too bad, though. You just have to really pay attention and not make a mistake. Avoid damage from the fence. Oh, yeah, just so you don't get hit by the fence. Yeah. Yup. And now we play the real build, guys. It is time. We are activating, guys, the Selly Blood Scourge. It's here. It is time. What utils, Drum? Gotcha. Eternal life. This is like the God Emperor build, guys. The God Emperor build. Soul Reaping, Blood Magic, and Scourge. I think we actually play Abrasive Grit here, because I think we need Condi Cleanse. Let's actually play Abrasive Grit. Let's have Mega Condi Cleanse. And this is the setup. This is the actual God Emperor. This is the true God King build, guys. Let me tell you that. Full Selly. We could I'm gonna go Thorns Relic, but we could even run Mercy. We could do a Mercy Relic even. The Shadow Lord. Yeah, you are the Shadow Lord with this build. And you just feed the other Necros. Because you basically... You don't do that much damage on this build, but you give other Scourges more damage, right? Because you give them the Life Force from the Bone Minions. Look at this comp. What have we got here, guys? We have 6 Scourges. 6 Scourges. Look at that. You love to see it. Signet is not better. Well, the Signet only gives you Life Force, right? But Bone Minions gives every Necro Life Force. So... the more Necros you have, the better. Saracen was a clear class winner. These fights more diverse. I think there's actually, they're way more diverse. Okay. So be it. This boss is piss. Yeah, I've got trapper runes. Oh, you want what? Sorry? Oh, yeah, okay. Scourge is the best class in the game, guys. It really is that simple. There is nothing better than Scourge. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Guys, there's no point in playing anything except Scourge. It is the best class. Enjoy it. I'm gonna take a Mercy Relic, actually. Alright, here we go.
I told you to flee, but that offer has passed.
I got it, It's done. Yeah, they just feel... This just feels like one of those fights where you've really got to keep on top of all the shit that's spawning, right? You just got to keep on top of it, right? I got a second one.
I will boil your oceans. All will disintegrate.
Some pretty cooked shit going on right now. I think things have got a little out of hand. Gonna be real with you boys. Things have got out of control. Oh, that person died to the bubble. I think we're a bit fucked here. It got us. It's over. Yeah, I actually really like this theme. Okay, we go again.
I told you to flee, but that offer has passed.
Ah, hello, boys.
Boil over.
Didn't get quite far away enough with that. It was blocking the projectiles.
I will boil your oceans. All will disintegrate.
Not looking good.
Do you see the
Boons. Aura the Breaker. I mean, dude, Aura's a breaker, dude. Aura is a breaker. Doesn't seem too bad, though. It really is about keeping tempo. Like, we had a couple of, like, delayed drops. And when that happens, we just fell really far behind, right? And I think that was a problem. I really like the vocals on this song, actually, as well. I think they're really good. It's very thematic.
I told you to flee, but that offer has passed.
Carried POV is that the prog POV. I mean, hey, look, we're playing the fight here. We're not getting carried. I'm not messing up. I was a high contributor on those Greer and Decima kills. But I'm not raid leading because this is not my raid, so I'm not gonna butt in and raid lead. It's not my own raid, you know. I dropped on Titan Spawn. DPS check looks fine.
will boil your oceans. All will disintegrate. The god's spawn refuses death.
It's free. Yeah, you just got to keep up with it there. There we go. And it's done. FC. It's really cool that it has that extra phase.
Gorgeous. Haunted. Don't mind me, just piling more fodder for my eventual memoir.
All CMs cleared, guys. Not so bad. God's Bane. I have 5 exposeds. Oh, the sulfuric is still dissolving me. It's over. I'm being dissolved. Get the top tier supply? Yeah, I have 3. 3 Mount Balrior top tier supplies. Into potential LCM for Ura as it turns out it's in CM. I will still maintain that Ura CM is actually still the least interesting, I think. If I had to give like a tier list, it's Greer is probably... Greer and Decima are pretty even. I'd say Greer and Decima are pretty even. I'd still say Ura is the weakest encounter in terms of design. Overall. But it can definitely be hard, yeah. I'm still dissolving. I have perma sulfuric acid, guys. It's over. Oh, the acid went away. It counts as a condition. That's interesting, actually. I am not a condition. But there you have it, guys. That's the end of that, really. Yeah, Greer... I think Greer is the hardest to do. And then... Decima and Ura, I feel like they're about the same, I want to say. You run one at a time. Oh, well, I guess that's where the pulsing Condi cleanse with the Scourge is really big then, huh? Yeah, it's a good thing I took Abrasive Grit then. Because that means it was just like deleting all the stacks from anyone if they ever got any. Although I guess we didn't really get that many stacks, right? Because we didn't really touch them that much. Yeah. It's like that one is like a... That is a big just don't feed. Don't feed, don't fall behind. And make sure that you keep, you know, getting those geysers. You just gotta go get those geysers, right? Mercy Relic was pretty good there as well. Got a couple of reses. A kill is a kill. Never a true word spoken by Narsen, most powerful player on NA. Also confirmed Guna, looking at this character. How many Gunas have we got in this squad, actually? Not a Guna? Nah, kind of a Guna. Narsen, Guna, obviously. Not really a Guna. Not a Guna. That's borderline. That's not a Guna. So actually, NA, not really bringing that much gooning to the table. Oh yeah, dude, Narsazgi, he has gone for the feet as well. Look, I mean, that says a lot, guys. That says a lot. He doesn't need to say anything else. The character says a lot. It's also a mechanist. $3K gold to Goon. Oh shit. They want to do more. Exposed. At Narsen Rock exposed. I mean, he is exposed, yeah. He didn't have that info. His Guna sensors were just that strong. No, I can detect them. Is it because of Battle Mom? No, I believe you are not. No, you're not a Guna. I don't think so. I specifically said this is not a Guna. No, 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 no. Battle Mom is clean. No, 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 no. And there you have it, guys. Well, there you go. We did it. We won. We have the achievements. Legendary, Ura, Decima, and Greer. All in one go. Not so bad, huh? Wait, let's see. What are the achievements here? No geysers. Without allowing any toxic geyser to erupt for more than 30 seconds. Defeat Ura while the challenge mode is active without taking damage from any of her shockwaves. Yeah, that geyser one, that's going to be really hectic to get that. Calm before the storm. Prevent Decima from receiving any charge. Allow no conduits to be charged by standard Flux Lance beams or Chorus of Thunderbolts aimed at squad members. And then this bug can dance. Avoid damage from the fence, any of Decima's beam attacks. Ah, yeah, that one's pretty easy, actually. Yeah, that one's easy. That one seems pretty annoying. The charge one, yeah, that's a little bit finicky, but not too bad. I think this one's okay. The shockwaves, you have to just jump over like the weird shockwaves. Well, you know what's really interesting, actually? What's really interesting is that the Decima and Ura don't do damage. Right? They don't do a lot of damage. Whereas Greer just like pumps you. A lot of damage output, though. Ooh. Can only one person get this bug can dance per kill? Wait. Why would that be the case? I mean... Unless it's bugged. Wait. Don't get hit by a beam, so just don't get hit by a beam targeting someone else. Don't touch the fence. Don't touch the spread unless it's yours. And then beat Decima. I don't see why only one person could get it. Yeah. Every Warlock player in Classic is a Guna? I mean, that may well be the case. That may well be the case. Selling these will be interesting. I think it feels pretty doable. How much time left did we have there? Oh, without dying. Oh, yeah, selling those, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a pain. I mean, you're just going to have to... You're going to have to either coach them on voice or just pilot, yeah. Yeah. Pilot. Yeah, selling some of those is going to be a bit of a pain. And look, that's kind of smart design, because the title... Look what they've done, guys. The title is like... They've tried to sell-proof it a bit. So you're going to have to, like, really violate TOS, or maybe there's some kind of, like, really crazy technology going on that people will be able to figure out. Actual prestigious title? Yeah. Coming at 1% thing work? I mean, surely not, right? There's no fucking way that works. There's no way they would allow that. Well, no, I think it maybe can't work because you'll die, right? You'll be dead. So it shouldn't work on at least some of these, right? Oh, wait, I wonder if this works if you're dead. If you're just dead at the start, does it count? Or do you have to be alive at the end for some of these? For the this bug can dance achievement? Wait, which one? Yeah. We lost it a little later. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I think I saw people talking about that. Is that there's like invisible lasers or some weird shit. Just hits you anyway. But they'll probably fix that pretty quick, I guess. Yeah. Man, it's really weird hearing Discord. Hearing Discord at the same time as like you guys can't hear it. Look, I can't believe this, guys. Can you guys believe this? I actually fixed my audio setup. My audio set right now is clean as fuck, dude. It is clean. Oh yeah. You better believe it. I've got 3 separate audio. Well, I've actually got 4 audio channels. One for my mic, one for the game audio and everything going on my PC. Another audio channel for everything going on my streaming PC, in case I need to like play a YouTube video here or something. And then I've got another one for song requests. Look. There you go. See? Song requests have still been playing this entire time, just muted. Enjoy it. Incredible. You're not in Discord with anyone? This is just the voices. That's why we can't hear it. Ah, yes, of course. How could I have been so foolish? It's the voices. I can hear the voices. Thrown a wizard box? Wait, did I get thrown a wizard box? Oh, I did. Complete convergences or raids in the Janthea region. And complete the story. 300 wizard bucks. Is there anything else good? You can get a chair. What else can you get? Ward Knights? Oh yeah, the lesser essence. That's like the really good shit. Oh, didn't they add a scroll thing? Oh, that is actually Giga. That is Omega. You know, the thing is, Awesomeness probably did this. I bet he actually did this. That is big. No more clicking it one by one. By the way, guys, adding this slider to the Guild Wars 2 UI, it took Awesomeness like 70,000 hours of development. You can scroll wheel on it. Oh my god. It's a fucking miracle. Although, I don't really like to use the scroll wheel. It hurts my wrist. Can scroll on the TP one as well. Wow. I don't think I would use that, but that is that is a feature. That is a feature. Wing 8 CM review. I mean, they're pretty good. Greer is pretty based. Greer the Breaker. Is Greer your favorite? I think so, yeah. Decima is really cool visually, I think. But it's not that exciting from a mechanical perspective. Ura still feels weird to me. Like, maybe the LCM is going to really sell me on Ura, but it's still my least favorite fight. It's not bad, to be honest. I'm not, like, hating on Ura or anything like that. It's still my least favorite one, I would say. I don't like the action key. I think I do not like the choice. I don't like the shard. The shard does not feel good to me to use. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to prog it. I think Greer is much harder than both of these. Like, Decima seems really easy. It's almost like similar to normal mode. I don't think Decima... I think the fight that's going to take the longest to prog for groups is easily Greer. Although, to be honest, I think... I think the strat that I think I've seen a couple of groups running seems really good. Where you basically cleave down Ereg at the last second. That seems like a really good strat. Makes it very consistent, very clean, very easy. Going into 10%. So that strat might really help with the difficulty there. Like, just trying to, like, go full brute force on it is definitely pretty challenging. That's for sure. Whoa. Ura's Steam Piercer. Unlocked. Epic. The gloves of Decima are kind of cool. Is there an infusion from the raid? I don't think so. I think there's an infusion from the map, though. Mini Rotstrider. Yo, look at that thing. I'm adding it to the wardrobe. I've got it. I've got it locked in. What do the gloves from Decima look like? We can look at we can go wardrobe, I guess. Oh, we have to go bank, don't we? Okay, what is the, what's it called? Is it like Storm Singers? Storm Gloves. It's not that. Dagda CM. I mean, I love Dagda CM. Wait. What is it called? Oh, wearing some of the armor pieces. Wait, I mean, how do we could just preview it though, no? Like in the wardrobe. What's the skin called? What is the skin called? Noob. Ah, okay, here we go. Decima's Manica. Fuck is that? Whoa, look at that. You just have like Decima arms. There you go, look at that. Decima arms are enabled. That's pretty fire. I mean, it is pretty fire, yeah. That actually is pretty cool, yeah. I like that it goes up to the shoulder here. And you get like a full arm. Dude, new Thorns Relic is pretty juiced, though. Relic of Thorns, guys, it's time to log in. This is a very strong relic, to be fair. You do have to remember to refresh it to get hit, but you get 500 condition damage. That's crazy. How do you get him? You get him from the raid. From Wing 8. Shift. They're linking shift signet, guys. Look at this fucking ability. This is like... This is the legacy of the God Emperor, guys. 2 condis removed, 25% movement speed increase, and a stun break, 1200 range. And you get all your boons go to your mech as well. This is like the legacy of the God King, of God Emperor Solar right there. Look at that. And yeah, it's 20 seconds when you have the condi mech build because you play the J drive. So you have the cooldown reduction, right? Or rather, you have the perma signet as well, right? Don't you have your signets all the time as well? It's a good fucking skill. Yeah. Oh my god. This is so disgusting. It's so disgusting, actually. Yeah, because you have overclock signet, so you always have the cooldown reduction up, and it's even stronger. It's 24%, not just 20%. It's so disgusting. Very nice. And then you have the Sky Circus. Full clear? Yeah, that's full clear. A few pieces that were not in the radar. There you go, look. The Steam Piercer. Does that helm just not drop? I mean, it might be another helm, just like a different skin or something. Oh, the helm? Yeah, the helm looks pretty cool too. And that's how it is, guys. That is just how it is. Oh, man. Go for the achievement title? I might do it at some point. Might do it with the EU guys. I'm not super pressed about it, though. I'm not, you know... Titles are okay, I guess. But I'm not really too super worried about them. Not super worried about it. Woed me and not ready. Yeah, I think it probably is, yeah. I'm going in. Ah, yes. Well, there you have it, guys. What do we think about that? How many guilds have actually full cleared at this point? Have 10 done it yet? Let's go get this camp. Because I feel like once people start to get past... I feel like Greer will still be the gatekeeper. Greer will be denying people their full clear the most, I'd say. Oh, shit. Dude, this Moogaloo soul... Oh, hold on. We've got the night crew here. Get me out of here. Dude, this fucking dredge just knocked me off my mount. That's insane. We gank. Wait, what, B-boy? What's going on? Signal death of the HP display when you hover over it? I think since it got reworked, actually. It's been quite a while. Yeah, it was a while ago, guys. But look, you know, B-Boy has now had the joy of discovering it. Feels good.
Vacate these premises.
Incredible. What the better would look like now if Soul was never sent to the Shadow Realm? It's honestly a pretty interesting question. That's a very interesting question. What would he, you know, what would have happened if he was able to enact his vision for the game? You know, if he was able to fully lock in, you know? What does that look like? Every utility that's not a signet will be purged? Yeah, maybe. Axe 1 fire will be 50k DPS. Axe only. Axe only, no offhand even equipped. You don't need any other weapons. You just need axe. Incredible. Go for the main hand pistol and Mesmer with current rifle 1 through 3 instead of rifle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, two-handed weapons always have a slight awkwardness about them, right, don't they? Because it's you have to really make them the complete package, or it's kind of hard for them to fit in. Yo, Snab, what's going on, bro? Have you been playing WoW? What have you been up to? Oh, some NyQuil? Are you ill? Are you sick again? You got a cold? Yeah, I think, yeah, didn't you mention the other day that I think your kid was sick and you could almost, see it coming for you, right? Like on its way. That's how it happens. When kids are ill, you're getting ill as well. That's just a fact. Yeah. You know it's coming. There's no way out, right? That is actually a real meme. There is no escape. Wait, what the fuck happened to B-Boy? Dude, B-Boy just got timed out. Sneb the Plague Carrier. Too much Greer prog. Indeed. All right, we're in. We are in, guys. Game over. The entire guild needs Cinderbrews. I can't take that dungeon anymore. I've been spamming it for 2 days. Yeah, I need to get in there before Sunday and get the neck. I'm probably just going to grind out big time on the weekend. And just, like, spam that dungeon over and over again. It's actually the only piece I need. I just need that stupid neck. You're calling? Oh, shit. Give me a moment, Seb. I'm actually on Discord with Grimm's gang. I'll say goodbye. My bear has been beaten and is 90% Tysar's bee venom. Yeah, enjoy those final stings. Discount Decima. Oh, shit. Yeah, I guess the face is a bit scuffed, but everything else looks pretty good. Reformed. Look at this name, guys. Reformed. All caps. Space between each letter. That is what we like to see. Yeah, they had someone tank the boss at 10%, a Scourge do it, and it was actually really good. It's something that we tried with the Chrono, but yeah, saying the Chrono is not the play, saying the Scourge is definitely the play. And that was really big because it meant that the boss and E-Reg just like fucked off and didn't do anything, right? And we were just able to free cast and just like obliterate the champions pretty easily, which was actually like very high value. Oh yeah, I will, I'm gonna join Discord.
You'll find everything you need here.
Thanks very much for the clear, gamers. Have a wonderful rest of your year. GG's gamers. I'll see you around. Take it easy. All right, there we go. They were just chatting. It was I was waiting for my opportunity. I'm calling the goose. I'm calling the goose.
Vacate these premises.
I'm gonna have to unmute Discord now as well. Because Discord is muted. Hang on, let me fix that. Where is Discord? Okay, there it is. Discord is officially back. Yo.
Hello.
What's going on, bro?
We killed Doom CM twice on an A.
That's
Crazy.
cool. Was it in a pug?
Yeah.
What was the type of group?
No, I mean, this is the story. Somebody came into the SG Discord and they trialed for some team last week and they weren't happy with it. Like, I think that they were a bit more experienced than the team, but the team was like progressing CMs. And ideally to kill Doom CM. So this guy goes and he wants to like try out for a different prog team. We're like, well, you know, you're kind of like team hopping a little bit here. Like, I don't know if it'll really, you know, I don't think it'll be that much different. And then it, you know, I have kind of a conversation back and forth, and it comes out that, you know, really he just wants to kill Doom CM because it's the last thing on the list. He doesn't really care about like clearing it every week, really being on the team. So I was like, well, then don't join the team, right? Because the team is going to expect you to be there every week, and you're just going to leave once you get what you want, right? And that kind of sucks. So I said, well, let's just do it. Let's just do it today. Let's just get it done. And so that's what we did. So that was kind of cool. But then when I put out, it's actually quite fascinating. When I put out the call and I was like, yeah, well, let's just do Doom CM. I had probably like 15 people that were interested. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Lots of fun.
Doom CM. Are you gonna
Yeah,
participate?
then everyone freaked out about awesomeness and wanted to like
Mm.
get awesomeness to do many things to get the creator
Oh yeah.
achievements.
Was
or
it what
whatever.
character was he
Or-
playing?
He's playing Reformed a little bit, you know?
Reformed.
Yeah.
Would you say that he's the most reformed ArenaNet developer?
I don't know, it's between him and Roy, really.
Hmm.
Roy had that dark side, you know?
Ah, yeah. You mean the gold buying? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a dark side. That is true. Yeah.
Mhm.
Is it better to buy the Elder Dragon Saga Collection Deluxe or Complete? Complete includes Living World. If you, I think either is actually fine. Like, here's an important thing to note: you can actually buy the Living World in game, right? You can farm gold and then buy gems and then do that. That will be a bit of a grind, to be clear, but that means you can save a bit of cash if you like. And if you do want to play through the story linearly, you do want to play through Living World while you're playing through the story. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit odd, a bit disconnected. That's like another consideration.
You're gonna be like,
to
who are
make there.
you?
Yeah, like it was this random character
This
that
guy
just,
just shows up.
just showed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What level are you in HC?
43 or something?
Ooh, what level is awesomeness in HC? Is he the same level?
He's probably close if he's been playing in the last few days. Did you know that I did every achievement in the new patch already?
I mean, yeah. That makes sense.
The only ones I haven't done are the ones that were like.
What do you make of the patch?
Really
Actually, no, I don't.
expensive,
Actually, don't know what you know. I don't know what you think of the patch. What are people saying about the patch? I'm curious what like the community response.
I haven't seen really much sentiment about it at all. Frankly.
Really?
And that doesn't really mean much because it just means they probably haven't looked for it. I think people are. I've seen a few posts where people seem generally happy, like they think the CMs are really cool, and I think a few people are happy with the story. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. For me, I actually think the patch is all right. I think it's kind of small, but we're kind of used to that at this point. This is just what the year-long cadence is like. So I went in with this expectation. I actually timed how long it took me from start to finish to complete the story. And we also kind of sidetracked and did some like events and stuff. So it was maximum of 2 hours. And we were kind of done the map, done the story. And then I just farmed the map to get the achievements and stuff. Yeah. It's interesting. Like I think that I actually think that the CMs look really, really cool. It's just for me, they're a little late. I still think that if all this stuff had happened a couple years earlier, that it would have been more well received. But now, and again, that's just my perspective. I think a lot of people moved on to different games, so it's harder to revitalize that community now. Like, I don't think anybody came back to do the CMs, really. Like, not that many players, at least. Would you agree with that?
I would say that, you know, I think you're not wrong in your assessment. I would say that the kind of player who's going to clear this is that community has dwindled over time. I'd say for sure. Like the amount of people who want to do that, it's not, you know, it's not quite as big as it, you know, as it used to be.
Yeah, it's just much harder to facilitate groups for that because there are so few players that are interested in it and that have the skill level to do it. But nonetheless, I don't I don't think it's too bad. Like I actually really liked how we were talking about this yesterday, but I really liked the participation buff or whatever. I really liked that. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. It makes, when I play those maps now, I feel like everyone is engaged. And it makes the playing experience like less stressful for some reason.
Well, yeah,
I
because
don't feel like I have to babysit people.
You don't
around
have to
me.
carry, right? You know, you don't have to just like hard carry everyone. Hey, Mirror, that's the
Yeah.
Prime. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm also in a weird spot, right? With just, you know, like guild stuff, you know. It's like a lot of the people who a lot of the people who I would have cleared this CM with, they aren't playing the game anymore. And it's like really hard to replace people, you know. I think that's where a lot of guilds are, right? A lot of groups like are struggling to kind of like get people to replace people.
Mm-hmm. It's really difficult too because, and I think you'll get this, and maybe some of the listeners will, or watchers, whatever. When you're really good friends with someone, or you're really good, not even just a friend, but like a teammate, there's like the second sense.
Oh yeah.
They know exactly how you play, exactly how you think. There's things that you don't even have to say. There's a level of synergy that you don't have when you just throw 9 other people into your team.
Oh yeah, massively. That was definitely an issue that we were running into. In fact, I would say the main issue we were running into actually was that, because yeah, there is a lot of the people who I played with before. We played with, you know, I played with them for years, you know. And there are certain people, you know, like if I like me and Nico in PvP, we played so much PvP together. We just have like we're really effective because we have a good synergy, right? Because we play so much. And the same thing like in, you know, in everything, right? Like all the people I used to play PvE with, and you know, we did progression with. Like a lot of that is just, it is absolutely that kind of sixth sense magic that you kind of, you can only get that by playing, you know, putting loads of hours in, like, as a team together. And that, I think that is like one of the reasons why it's so hard. I think this is true in every game actually, but certainly in Guild Wars 2 as well. It's so hard to kind of like rebuild a roster because when you lose someone or you lose multiple people, you're not just losing someone who can do, you know, 40k DPS and do a good rotation. You're losing someone who you've played with for such a long time that you have this synergy with, right? That allows you to be greater than the sum of your parts, right? It's like when you just put 10 random people together, it's not the same as 10 people who've played together for an extended period of time.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think that's that, and to me, that's the most fun when you get these people you've worked on it for such a long time, and you're like so good together. I think that's very powerful. It's just very fun. It's just very, very fun, and I think that's actually one of the reasons why MMOs are almost somewhat addicting. Is because once you've gotten a team like that, it's really cool.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, what are you showing? What is this?
Apparently, this is like a brutal Doom post. I assume it's a
ArenaNet has
PSYOP.
lied to us?
I believe we have a massive PSYOP post. Probably not done by Awesomeness, actually. He probably posted this. Wait, what even is this? First of all, I'd like to clarify, this is not a hate message or anything like that. These are just the thoughts of someone who loves this game. Also, I will talk. Guild Wars 2 is probably the game of my life. I started playing in 2015 when it became free to play. It was 15 years old at the time. I'm still playing today at 25. It's given me friendships and moments that no other game has ever been able to replicate. I can't help but compare the cadence, quality, and quantity of content we receive today to what we used to get years ago in so many aspects. First of all, since Secrets of the Obscure, each of the additional patches doesn't feel like what the studio has accustomed us to. Back in the days of Living World Season 4, Season 3, or even the first half of Icebrood Saga, additional maps are much larger, full of life stories and more interesting events. Exploration mechanics, more elaborate designs, and had a clear vision behind them. Nios was the first additional map, so splitting it into 3 was a huge mistake by ArenaNet. But the model of this expansion is one map split into 2 parts. And what we got may be slightly larger than Lake Doric, but feels emptier than that. I think that's actually kind of unfair, no? I feel like there's quite a lot going on the map. Pretty consistently.
I think the map is fine. I don't have a problem with the map.
Yeah, I think the map's fine too. Like, obviously, I like meta events, but I think it does what it's supposed to do pretty well. Then they made some good decisions, like making it very farmable, I think was really smart. And yeah, I really like what they did with the event participation system. It's like a non-cancerous version of like opening chests at the end with all the keys, right? You know what I mean? I think that's
exactly.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. The Mastery introduces a portal that takes you from point A to B. I'm not gonna lie, the Mastery, I do think that ArenaNet should reconsider adding new Masteries. Although maybe people just like it when the number goes up. So maybe it's fine that the Mastery is a little bit, like, you know, it's fluff, basically. It doesn't really do anything. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. But yeah, the Mastery system, I think, is like a little bit played out. There's not much they can add. I think it should only be for like new cool features like housing or whatever they cook up for the next expansion. I don't think they should bother with like follow-up Masteries. They're like, whatever, who cares? Quantity is another issue. The new story can be completed in 3 hours. A number that's inflated by the fact that you have to level up the Mirror Mastery. Wait, 3 hours? I'm not gonna lie, that is actually a very high number. I feel like it's shorter than that.
It's like, a long time.
Yeah, he's being generous here.
If you actually went hard at it, I think you could have done it in between an hour and 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, like, we did a lot of map stuff, and it took us under 2 hours.
Yeah. I enjoy Mabon's role, as being further developed as a character despite not being present. The overall tone of the expansion, however, the missions are boring. Wait, I thought the missions were okay. You had, like, the ghost fight, and you fight the Mercer at the end. I don't fight against Kralkatork and Thunderhead Keep or chase Tumbleweed through the mist. I was finishing the story. All you're left with is a few achievements to complete on the map, an armor set, and a set of weapons. That's it. The new maps introduced after the first expansion drop have been terrible. Wow. Dude, this is fucking harsh. This is an absolute brutal Doom post. Jesus. The environments hold no secrets. Exploration is practically non-existent, and there is no interesting meta event. So you have a complete random... Well, I mean, you have the Wisp quest, I think. Instead, you have a complete random event until you get one of the 3 event zones on the map. On top of that, everything feels even less interesting due to the constant reuse of assets. I'm not really into this asset reuse thing. It is what it is, bro. I don't think it's really that much of a big deal. We're really that short on money to reuse assets this much. As for the challenge modes, I haven't tried them yet. I've completed the raid multiple times, and I'd like to try them. They look promising. Okay, well, we've got some positivity here. That said, I can't help but wonder, how is it possible that also the same number of developers as during Liverworld Season 4, according to some sources, we still have the same update cadence every 3 to 4 months, with much less content and lower quality. The designs, enemy variety, mechanics, everything feels worse compared to back then. Could it be that the game has fewer players and has sold less? According to ArenaNet, End of Dragons was the best-selling expansion at launch and also broke the record for active players. Secrets of the Obscure also managed to sell significant copies, but it's not about money. They should have more to invest. ArenaNet also stated their intention was to bet on Guild Wars 2 and focus on its development. How is that possible? This number of devs did it. We going into the... Is he going to do the Guild Wars 3 segue here? I feel like he is. The idea is the content resources all feel so limited and poor. There's only one possibility. ArenaNet has lied to us. Bold text. They are not... They're not really investing in Guild Wars 2, but simply maintaining it while they develop something else. Since Guild Wars 2 remains their main source of income, the lack of resources, recycled content, reused monsters, and assets, it could all be explained by this. The most creative and talented developers with the best ideas are probably focused on those new products. Bad. Dude, this is fucking brutal, dude. This is such a mean post. I don't dislike the idea of the company creating new games or working on other projects. We need transparency. You know, this is actually a really interesting one, to be honest. Okay, and you know, okay, look, I will, maybe I'm simping here a little bit, but here's the situation, guys. I bet ArenaNet would like to be transparent because, you know, obviously we are aware that they are cooking some other stuff up. We don't know exactly what that is yet. Obviously speculation. I think they would want to be transparent, but here's the thing. Like, if they're actually transparent here, it's a bit of a lose-lose for them. Like, okay, let's say, purely speculatively, if ArenaNet did end up announcing Guild Wars 3, that would damage Guild Wars 2 massively. It would probably be one of the worst things that could happen for Guild Wars 2. Because it's like, there's a reason why Blizzard never made WoW 2, right? It's because people don't like this discontinuation of character progression. They don't want to go back to level 1, basically, which is what will happen if there is going to be a Guild Wars 3 that exists at some point in the future. So they can't do that, even though I think they probably would want to be. And they probably will be, like, when they feel like the time is right. On whatever's coming up, right? Like this card game that's being speculated about, Guild Wars 3 obviously being speculated about, like all this kind of stuff. So, I don't know. Like, there is a fair point to be made here. I definitely think that transparency is good, but I think it's just not really that viable for ArenaNet with the position that they're in. Yeah. Yeah. With this number of devs, ArenaNet used to release a brand new gorgeous map, a mount, a raid with a parallel story, a legendary weapon or trinket, full armor, collection of stories, the cinematics, music, and new enemies. There's a handful of Merc with blue skin, a few new events, and some half-hearted meta events. And yes, CM and LCM, but with half the work done thanks to to the reuse of assets. You know, I think this is. I'm not gonna lie. There is a lot more design in Decima CM than I think most of the others, probably more than HTCM. Guys, HTCM is literally stand in 3 green circles, kill ads, which by the way are reused assets, and push the orb. And the orb is cool, actually. The orb is a base mechanic. But HTCM is actually not complex. Yeah, Decima is like a Kadim 1. Kadim 1 is like a bunch of all these like moving parts and stuff like that, and stuff going all over the place. I think this is not. I don't know. Like the way that I would kind of look at this with the implementation is that, and I after seeing this CM, so I'm curious what you think of this. I really feel like ArenaNet has found this ultra efficient way of developing the game. I think, okay, so, do you know something really clever they did, by the way, Snev? Because this is correct, I think. This is very clever. ArenaNet were really clever on this. They didn't increase the HP of Decima and Greer, or Aura, on CM. They just added more mechanics to make it go slower. I think that's correct, yeah. Someone fact-check me on that, but I believe the HP actually doesn't change. They just made the fight slow you down by doing stuff. And I now I know why they have so much HP. It actually makes sense to me now. It makes sense because they wanted to use the normal mode to basically tune and make sure things were going to make sense on the CM, right? By like seeing what happens when players got exposed to that. So it's very interesting, but I think their entire design strategy around the raid was entirely around the CMs. Like that was how they approached this, and they used the norm mode to make sure it was smooth. I think they were really aware that they had really bumpy releases for, you know, for Ceres. Even HTCM was pretty, you know, a bit scuffed on launch, right? And I think they were very mindful of that, so they wanted to prevent that. And I also think that it makes me a little bit interested in what they're going to cook up with the Fractal, actually, because I think they've done a very good job in developing all of this PvE content, because essentially what they've done is they have only had to develop one encounter for the entire expansion, right? If that makes any sense. So the only thing they've had to develop is just the Titans so far. The Fractal might be a little bit different. It probably will have different enemies, although maybe it won't. Maybe it will be Titans again. We don't know exactly where they're going to go with that. But because they didn't have to do a meta event, right? The encounter team didn't have to worry about that. They just made the raid instead. And the convergence is just the raid bosses, like with slightly modified, right? So that's it. They haven't done any major big boss fights outside of the raid, and I think that's why they were able to cook it as much as they did. I can't wrap my head around how, with supposedly the same number of developers, we don't even get half of what of HOT, POF, and Living World Season 4, or even End of Dragons were able to offer. My god, fucking nuke. Holy shit. Did this guy just drop the nuke? It's actually pretty upvoted as well. Wow, 400 upvotes. Wow. Lot hard to consider. They're talking about Guild Wars 3 in there. Well, yeah, the Guild Wars 3 thing, like that shareholder in like an NC or whatever, or whoever it was, that guy has a lot to answer for. In my opinion, that really fucked ArenaNet over. Because the Guild Wars 3 stuff is going to be bubbling around basically for the rest of time. He did a little bit of trolling, yeah. That guy actually really screwed over ArenaNet. It feels really bad. Because that is not what you really want as a game dev. You don't want people talking about the sequel to your game before you actually, like, you know, are in a position to announce it. I worked on a little bottom-up C++ engine, not an art guy, so it's a ton of sprites, animations, and music from elsewhere in my research. Found the art pipelines are consistently the long pole across studios. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense to me. They can run HT raid with fights like Trio to these new CMs. It sounds like a meme, but you've got to bear in mind it was such a different time. Like because of how powerful everything is right now, like how, like, you know, you're giga strong in Guild Wars 2, you have to dial every fight up to fucking 17. Not even 11 will do it. Like, you can't release something like Veil Guardian in, like, the current balance of the game, right? You just can't do that. It's not possible. Like, the reason Greer is the way he is because if he wasn't, it would just get steamrolled, right? Because the boss just is not going to be able to fight back. The reason why Greer has 1 billion corrupts, 17 attacks that remove all of your boons, and projectiles that will just one-shot you, and orbs that will one-shot you. And like a million ads you've got to kill, right? Like, the reason he's like that is because if he wasn't, like, the current balance state of the game would just annihilate him. By the way, guys, you can't even release HTCM. You can't release HTCM in the current balance. Like, seriously, that's where we're at. If you release HTCM now, it dies in hours. Blind, by the way, seriously. Because you're just going to have so much... Honestly, it would actually... I'm not even sure if it would be hours, plural. That fight would get obliterated by the current state of the game. Like, just the stability uptime alone with builds like Chronomancer, or, you know, and stuff like Herald, right, with Jalis, or even Firebrand these days, honestly. Like, just the stability, like, annihilates the encounter, right? It disintegrates. It can't exist. So when we kind of compare, when he's comparing like an HOT raid to Wing 8, you have to contextualize it within what did the game look like at the time. And it turns out that stuff like Veil Guardian actually does damage when you don't have protection up all the time, right? And the DPS check on Gorseval actually exists when you only have 4 DPS players instead of basically 8. And yeah, Bandit Trio is never winning any awards, but stuff like Matthias and Sloth definitely was, right? And Keep Construct. Yeah. Moving on for results to make a third patch with similar size, but that would be a sweet spot and realistic. Well, I mean, the thing is, knowing what we know, that might not end up being super likely, I guess. Boom. It's a base and tweaks those different content in story convergence and raid. The sliders and asset reuse from the trainer post. Yeah, I think the asset reuse stuff awesomeness, to me, it's like a bit of a silly bugbear that people have. Like, yeah, the thing is, I think it was really unfair that people said this about Soto. Oh man, it was so unfair. Like, I think the criticism you could make is that it would have been really cool to have some new like animation rigs for some enemies, and that I think that wasn't really so much of a thing in Soto outside of Serra specifically. But oh man, I really liked how Soto looked. I really think that the environment design is really cooked with Soto, like Omnitas and Skywatch. I think they look really good.
You liked it?
Yeah, how it looks, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, how it looks, I really like it. Yeah.
I think my opinion is really colored by the performance problems.
Yeah, that.
Like
yeah.
I can't even go to those maps because even though they look nice, they just
don't run very
perform
well.
so poorly. Yeah. Not good.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, it is like literally worst case scenario for a game engine though, because it has that like 3-dimensionalness to it, so it's very hard for your machine to basically figure out what it needs to be rendering. It's just like it's like pure hell from an engine perspective on, like, you know, from a graphics rendering meme. So it's not a surprise that it kind of like runs like shit, but I think it is actually rather aesthetically pleasing. I can't believe people don't like Omnitas. I actually really like Omnitas, like how imposing it is. And, you know, the fact that it's so massive and it's just so still, I think is really eerie, which is exactly what they're kind of going for, right? With that Soto theme. So no, I'm not actually a Soto hater visually. I think the music and the visuals in Soto are really good. Look, I'd probably even say that I prefer the visuals of Soto to Janthir. I think Janthir Wilds is... I mean, it looks really nice. You know, it's a Guild Wars 2 map. It's not going to look like shit. But I think Soto is more interesting in a way. Like, Janthir is almost a bit generic. You know, it's like, oh yeah, you know, we've got some nice rolling hills, right? And we've got some lovely waterfalls and all that kind of stuff. But I think that Soto is, like, very distinct. You know, it really stands out with its, like, kind of artistic style and like the way that the buildings look and the way that the structures are, and also the way that the cryptists look too, with, you know, like their kind of color palette that they have, and how, you know, the red of Nyos, right, particularly in the Temple of Feather, right, is like, it looks really, really good, I think.
You know what map I think is perhaps the most beautiful, and it's because I still remember exactly where I was, what I said, who was around me when I first experienced it. Dragonfall. That was.
That is
that
a
what it's
nice
called?
looking
Yeah,
map. It is a nice
it
looking
is
map.
such a good map.
It absolutely is.
I
yeah.
remember. Man, this was like 3 houses ago that I lived in, but I remember I was dating my wife.
Yeah.
And we'd been dating for a few months, and the game came out, and I was playing it, and I went and got her, and I was like, you have to see this. Like, look how cool this is. And she's like, it's great. But, like, obviously she doesn't really play, so she doesn't really care that much. But I just thought it was so cool. It's like, look, the dragon is, like, built into the map, and, like, it's got all this verticality, and I just thought it was the coolest thing ever.
What's the Teapot hit for cool places to visit next Sex Pack? I think we're actually looking at a Miss Sex Pack, in my opinion. We're looking at a Miss Sex Pack. The reason I say that is because I don't think we have enough time to finish the story, really. Because, and this is maybe a criticism I actually have of this episode, although, again, it will change with context on, like, where we go next and how they're going to handle the actual story. But I feel like nothing really happened. I know that sounds weird, guys, but did any, like, major event happen in this patch? Not really, right? Wasn't it literally we just found out that, oh yeah, we've got to get in the city and there's a mist gate in there, but nothing really happened. It was a setup, right? It was setting up what we're going to be discovering in the next patch. And the thing is, I don't think that ArenaNet is going to make the same mistake they did with Eparch and do a one and done. They're not going to introduce the kind of antagonist, right? Like, of, like, who did this, like, who, you know, made these new titans, and then, like, dispatch them in one go. I don't think they're going to go that way. I think they're going to play it smart, and they're going to actually kind of have a little bit of a follow-on into the next expansion in a more explicit way. And I think they can do it in a satisfying way because they said, well, there's this Mists Gate in Bavanisos, and who knows what's going on there? Like, who knows where it leads? Who knows what's on the other side? Who knows who made it there and like, reopened this thing? And I think the end of the story... Here's my prediction, Steb. The end of the Jantho Wild story is like, we can't close this thing. We're going to have to go in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? Yeah?
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
And then we time travel, right?
We're not doing fucking Warlords of Draenor, bro. Okay, that is the most cooked WoW expansion of all time.
Okay, so we go to space. We go to space.
Well, I mean, yeah, Mists. That's space.
Yes. Couldn't we just have a little bit of time travel, though? Just like a little bit.
No!
What if we wake up and we're Gwen? In the pre-searing, we have to play the flute.
No, we're not Gwen.
Oh, come on. I just want to go back.
No, you can't. Well,
Let me go back.
Just play Guild Wars 1 HC with us, Snub.
You're going to play Guild Wars 1 HC?
Yeah, you should play Guild Wars 1 HC.
Oh, I've done that before.
This was not our destiny.
The thing about Guild Wars 1 is you can just get nuked and then you're dead.
Times change.
So, like...
Times change, boys.
You really got to think.
Yeah. And yeah, you can die very easily, though. Yeah. Oh, shit. They were getting demolished. I'm actually playing NA World vs. World right now. I'm on the NA server. I'm really confused. Like, a bunch of people say that World vs. World feels dead to them, but I'm honestly not really getting that. I don't think it
depends
feels
when
dead.
you play. To me, World versus World is...
Yeah.
I think World versus World is harder to... I'm not sure how to articulate this exactly. Back in the day, when I was on Borless Pass, I was on a list, and commanders would DM everybody that was on the list, and they would be like, yo, we're playing World versus World right now. Jump in if you want.
Yeah.
If you want. And they just have these like big open tags, right? And now it's like, well, sometimes I jump in and it looks dead because all of the tags are private tagged, and I have no idea if there's any action at all. I think that's what it is. It depends, yeah. It depends. I don't think it's dead. I just think the way that people have engaged with it has changed. I know about the cross swords, but then when you get there, if they won't let you in for whatever reason, see, it's difficult to articulate this. They have their own guild thing going on. You are essentially just sidecarring. And they don't really want you to sidecar.
Would you say that you're getting gatekept?
Well, I don't think I don't know if I'd go that far, because I think theoretically, if I really wanted to play with the team, I could put in the effort and do it. But again, this just goes back to my original point, was that the way that you play World versus World has changed. Because I used to be able to just jump in, but now it's much harder to jump in because it's way more guild focused and team focused, and that's fine. It's just different.
I'm reading the comments.
I don't know that anyone could disagree with that.
I'm reading the comments on. I'm reading the comments here. They're so unhinged. The conversation about Guild Wars 2 is just. Do you know what it is? Do you know what these comments are? It's Feels Bedoos, man. Are you aware of Feels Bedoos, man?
Oh, what are you talking about?
Someone in the chat is gonna put it. Okay, like yeah. Awesomeness has got it. There you go. He's put the emote.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what these comments look like to me.
That's a rough one, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know who Bedoos was or is?
Is he a WoW player?
No, he is a Guild Wars 2 player. NA Guild Wars 2 World versus World player specifically. And I don't know full context on this, but all I know is that he was like kicked and permabanned from almost every community that exists.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't ban him. I actually was forced to eventually ban him. I admit that. I do admit that, actually. I didn't have a choice. I was probably one of the few people who did not have him permabanned and blocked. But eventually, he defeated me. I admit that I had to permaban him. Do you know what I actually tried? This is very interesting, and this worked for a while. I actually had I had a channel called the Bedoos Zone, and it was the only channel in the Discord that he was allowed to talk in. And basically, people could go and interact with him like a fucking, like an animal in a zoo or something. Like you could you had to voluntarily go into this channel to interact with him. And he was fully quarantined in this Discord channel. But in the end, that was actually too much, by the way. People complained about it and said that he needs to be shut down. So I had no choice. I had to shut it down.
Wow.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
You should have just created some kind of role that said wants to engage with you should have just made zookeeper. Oh man. Chained up demon in the basement kind of reminds me of Wizard's Tower, old school RuneScape. You know, there's a lesser demon at the top.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. Could wind strike that thing to death.
Yeah. And then if you want to loot it, you have to telegrab probably, right?
Yeah. If the rune med drops, then you better get that.
Yeah.
The most effective way to contact ArenaNet is to complain vigorously on the forums until somebody takes you seriously.
The weird thing is that, and it's kind of fucked up that's true, but it actually kind of is true. It's not great that's the case, but it kind of is the case.
In seriousness, just go and write a polite post on the forums. That'll help. And use the in-game bug report feature. That'll help too. Make sure you put a lot of smiley faces in there, you know?
Yeah, the more smiley faces, the better, actually. And add a bunch of mouths, too. The smiley faces need to have, 10 mouths. Otherwise, it doesn't count.
Yeah. Put a clown nose on one of them, just to show there's...
Yeah, you must put some clown emojis in.
They won't listen to you otherwise.
I did. Okay, look. I hate... Okay, okay. Sneb. if I wasn't so lazy, I would do individual reports on every single one of these commenters, because I almost refuse to believe that some of these posts are real. I think, look, what do you think about this take? Here's my take. This might be a 0 Kelvin take. Actually, no, yeah. And I admit this. I might admit that this is one of the coldest takes ever. I think there are legitimately multiple people who regularly post on the Guild Wars 2 Reddit exclusively to troll. I think some of these, they're just trolling. Do you think what do you make of that? Am I right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think they're just fucking trolling. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's like what is this? Like, what am I reading? These are all psyops. This is a fucking psyop. Is Guild Wars 2 pretty obviously has been in maintenance mode since before the tunnel incident? What the fuck is this? Jesus. Oh my god. It's very obvious.
Are you actually going to do Guild Wars 1 hardcore?
I might do, yeah. It's very obvious
Dude,
this game is
a big
barely in
community
maintenance
thing.
mode and used as a cash cow at best. Wow.
Dude, if you play Guild Wars 1 hardcore, I'll go hard.
Oh,
I'll go
yeah?
hard on it.
So wait,
Yeah.
our goal is to clear Doom HC.
Oof. That's tough.
Yeah.
I think it's very doable.
Yeah, it's doable.
What would you play? What would you play?
I'd see what the comp is, right? Maybe I'd play Ritualist and play the prot.
Interesting.
Because we're gonna
Well,
need
that's
that.
an easy way to level too.
I mean, yeah, you're just gonna need that build, obviously. Like, you know, you're not doing any big PvE in Guild Wars 2 without the prot. Wait, Austin's once in. I'm actually bringing him into the mix. We're doing another podcast. We're doing another podcast.
Oh no.
Log the fuck in. I'm creating a group. He's here.
Bro.
Have you come to comment on the psyops?
No, but it's interesting clicking through people's comment history. I'll say that. Snap, I don't understand how you have trouble with World versus World, especially as a partner where you can server hop.
Oh, I don't if I server hop. But I don't think that it's fair to critique it as if everybody has partner, right?
But I think you could also find a group. Oh man, but okay, so I randomly server hop and I don't join tags and I don't rep ArenaNet and I just like walk near Zergs or clouds or whatever is happening and I just, even if there's a tag, I won't join them. But it's still, is that not fun for you?
I mean, they're different kinds of fun, yeah. I don't think the World versus World is like bad. I just think it's different. Just the way that people engage with it, it's different. That's all.
Because, I mean, I used to do the same stuff before I found my current guild. I would do sort of the same thing where I'd like find clouds or groups and just like walk next to them, like what Teapot's doing right now. He's in the Wing 8 group still.
Yeah,
but he's just doing his thing, right? Like, yeah, you just blast. You just like get stragglers and it's like boom, you know.
Yeah, I should probably mention that the way that I engaged with World versus World for many years, I only roamed. I only would roam. Yeah. And the problem is that now there's just so few roamers. And, well, I think that part of it is also that the roaming builds are just disgusting now, right?
They're pretty wacky.
Yeah, I used to play a lot of roaming, and I don't think people play that way much anymore. I think it could come back with, making winning matter. But I've just noticed that people... Yeah, I don't know what to say, really. I think people still do kind of like blob around and stuff, but I thought it was the most fun when I would join a random tag and they'd all be like communicating and stuff. Not even necessarily in Discord, but they would just be like chatting.
Interesting.
Sneb, you should release the World versus World manifesto. Do it.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I'm being misunderstood here. I don't think that it's necessarily super bad. I just think the way that people engage with World versus Worlds has changed quite a lot, and that's kind of weird.
There's definitely
like, it used to be way more public tags. Like there just used to be people on your server that you would kind of know when they tag, and you'd just jump in, right? And you would just know all the guilds. But now you have to like reform friendships every however long.
I'm curious. Oh, I should find. Ooh, I don't know if I remember any public tags. Because when alliances were coming, when the restructure was coming.
Oh, hello there, Laura. I think it was great. Really appreciate that, my friend.
By that time I had already
in.
found a guild that I wanted to play with, and it's like
squad.
very rarely in comms.
We just finished
and
up.
we kind of just like.
Little full
we were
clear
clouding
guys,
earlier.
full clear
Default.
CM.
Like, you were next to us. We gotta just we're on like whatever
Played
builds,
the green
and we just
class,
run around
embraced
and like
the
chase
necromancer.
whatever.
Now we're doing some roaming.
But and then when we get serious, like we comp up. So like we have that like switch to flip. But I'm trying to remember like what what happened to the people that would public tag. Did they make guilds? This is actually something I'm curious about.
It's a good question, actually.
Because I'm thinking like, so my guild was on Borealis Pass and then Darkhaven, and I read a lot of threads on Reddit that talk about Darkhaven, and we were on Darkhaven, and we were like a large guild there that would comp up, that would go capture stuff, that would like PPT when we're bored or whatever, and if it wasn't alliances, we would eventually moved off of that server, right? At some point, because it would have just like ranked up or ranked down, and it just wouldn't have been our vibe at some point. We just would have left. But there were public tags on that map, or on that server, and I like wonder where the public tags went.
I really feel like the addition of private tags is kind of the catalyst for this, because okay, so if you were a, let's say you're a fight guild, right? It was a reality, it was a fact of life that you had to deal with pugs following you, right? And if you wanted to win big fights, realistically you had to let them in the squad a lot of the time, right? Like you just like have to do that. They're just gonna follow you anyway, right? And if they'll just feed, right? And I think that when private tags existed, it actually gave players this really interesting tool to basically prevent people they don't want to play with them from playing with them. And then guilds said, you know what? This is actually kind of based. And I think a lot of the people who public tag were often commanders who were also kind of in guilds potentially, and like did and kind of like had their own group. But the thing is that when you have private tags, I think it reduced the necessity to have like a maxed out squad all the time, because like you don't necessarily have like a giant blob following you around, and that's the same is true for your opponents as well. Like there's just like less full size blobs going around sometimes. So I think it just like changed the way people actually play the game.
Yeah, now that you mentioned, I think private tags is probably the bigger thing that affected the meta and playstyles much more than alliance.
Because
here's the
like people do try to pin this on world restructuring, that like world restructuring killed public tags. I have no idea what these people are talking about. Like public tagging was like long dead before restructuring came in. Like the amount of people who tag publicly is so much lower than it used to be, but that was nothing to do with like world restructuring. I would say that world restructuring has kind of reduced it further, but it's for the same reason. World restructuring is in a lot of ways like a tryhard's dream. You can just say, if you aren't good enough, I'm going to remove you from the server, right? Like just think of what that actually means, right? Like that's what you're doing. You're kind of saying that. You're saying, yeah, we are going to remove you from the server so you can't join our map anymore and rally bot us. Like that's kind of what world versus world restructuring is to an extent. So it's just kind of, it hasn't rewarded that behavior, but it's empowered players to play with players they want. But, and this is the really key thing, it very much cuts both ways. World vs. World restructuring has also given players, alongside private tags, an unprecedented ability to not play with people they don't want to play. Like, here's a really great example, actually, and I think we all, this is kind of rhetorical, but I think we will all agree on this. But can you imagine how many people would publicly tag for meta events if you could open a private instance? Like, that number is going down big time if you could do that, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, for the challenging ones, especially
Yeah.
like dragons.
Yeah,
and
especially
it happens
with
for
dragon.
convergences.
Yeah, it already has. Yeah,
CMs,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, with convergent CMs, even regular convergences, people often run them privately, right? Like within
Ooh,
Discord
even
communities and so on.
Dragon Storm.
Yeah, yeah, people,
which is-
yeah, because they want to go fast, so they go
People,
they
yeah.
privately group up, and I
They
feel
will
like
opt for a 10-person
Yeah.
group over like a public 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is kind of the parallel that I draw to World vs. World restructuring. It's the equivalent, not exactly, but kind of, right? Not exactly, but kind of. The ability to open a private map and only let people in who you want to let in, right? Like that's what I think's going on.
It's so when we were playing World versus World earlier, it's interesting. My alliance is made up of a few guilds that just like came together, and there's at least two like really strong commanders that have been commanding for a long time, and they will even they will private tag at the same time, and then kind of they might work together on a keep but approach it from different areas. So we on that camp that we took, the blue camp, the southern blue camp, that was one of our tags doing that with all the trebuchets and like shield gens and everything. And then the other tag I think was hitting the keep from a different side. But the whole time both tags had like pugs with us, but we kind of just like roll with the pugs. I mean, we also jumped down the well at Blue Keep. Like we're like well enjoyers, you know. So like
Yeah, that one is.
we'll jump down that and have like a water battle. But yeah, it is interesting that it is I think difficult to find guilds that are not already in your world. And so I can see how it would definitely be hard to find a guild that is like that's like aligned with like your play time, play style, engagement level. But yeah, but also I just like jumping in like I'll hop worlds. I don't know. The other day I joined like Chomp's world and I ran around on the baby warrior, the diped up warrior.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Wow. I feel like Sneb is we just broke him. He's stunned.
No, I'm just coughing too much.
Oh,
No,
yeah, he's got the
I
disease.
get it, right? That's how I mean, I can jump around and stuff. It's just different. That's it. There's nothing wrong about necessarily what's going on right now. It's just very different.
Oh wait, wait. Apparently, Chomp is going to drop a manifesto. I like
Yeah.
that.
Why
Chomp
don't we
3
all
new emote.
collectively write
Chomp
a
3
manifesto?
manifesto.
What if we just take the Communist Manifesto and just replace some words here or there to make it Guild Wars 2 relevant?
Why don't we create a content nuke?
I think Chomp has a what's the word, hate roamers, people that just roam to try to kill her and like only kill her.
Oh yeah, no, that's just being a streamer. That's pretty normal.
See, I tried that. I tried to be a
Pretty
Chomp hater.
Oh,
I tried to target Chomp, but then Chomp just killed me over and over and over again, and so then I stopped.
Yeah. Dude,
What is it with Sneb and the
It's
Communist
a good
Manifesto?
point. Like Sneb, he read the Communist Manifesto once. He's really into it. He's like big into it, like a lot. It is a bit strange.
Oh, really, Chomp? I would not have been surprised if people transfer guilds and worlds just to annoy you.
Well, the type of person who does this is a degen. They have alts, so they probably don't need to transfer. They just have like multiple accounts all over the place.
The shotgun strat.
Yeah. It very much is like
Yeah,
that.
people jump on Chomp like a lot. It's kind of weird. It is very weird.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to talk about the oppression of the common player.
Oh yeah.
You know, the Gemstore monopoly.
Yeah.
The means of production, skins, gliders, mounts, are locked behind paywalls. They force the working class to toil in a never-ending cycle of grind, while the ruling class buys prestige with gold to gem conversions. There's elitism in raids and fractals. The bourgeoisie dictates access to endgame content through arbitrary benchmarks like KP and LI. They create an artificial class divide between the so-called skills, or the elite, and the casuals. You know, we've got some big problems. We've got some big problems in Guild Wars 2. I
Yeah.
think that we, the player, need to rise up. The player class.
Wow.
I'm KP pilled. I'm gonna be honest. I'm
yeah?
like,
Yeah,
we were talking about Costco
Capitalist
earlier.
propaganda.
We were talking about Costco earlier and how it's like a paid membership to enter, and it's essentially like it's like listing your group on the LFG for like 1 KP. That's like what the Costco membership is like, and it's like just enough, you know. It's just enough to draw certain lines. Dude, what if every group, even the groups that are like all welcome, what if they just said 0 KP, and everyone just adopted the language? That'd be based.
Icebrood Saga 1, 0 KP.
Icebrood Saga 1.
Icebrood Saga 1, 100
JP
LA.
opener.
JP opener, need com. Wait,
Dude, I won't
also,
forget.
by the way, Sneb, was that slop, by the way? That you
Oh
created?
yeah, it was 100%
Yeah,
slop.
I
slop.
thought so. Yeah,
That was slop.
I did assume it was AI slop, because I don't know, it just sounded like AI slop to me. Also,
How good is the slop emote?
daily reminder, by the way, guys, that all of Sneb's students use Chat GPT to do their work, and Sneb is psychologically demolished by that fact. There you go.
Yeah. It does hurt my soul.
I used a ton of AI for a bunch of my website. Oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah.
And
by website,
it would be
by the way, guys, by website he means Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is AI slot now.
Like,
No,
guys,
no.
look,
Guild
this
website is
slider,
AI.
Awesomeness is confirmed. He did this. He did the slider. Do you know what made this slider, guys? Slop. Okay, like this is slop. Like this 1 through
slop
30.
could not compare.
Like,
You can't even find the slider.
I was looking for an item you could buy multiple of.
It's so good.
Wow.
I can't imagine. It would be so hard to
it
be a
is so
student
good,
these
actually.
days.
Well,
It'd be so hard.
wait, why would
Bro.
I mean? If you just use AI, it's not hard at all.
Because yeah, but I'm saying like, yeah, after you after you know your basics in programming, like your for loops, your if statements, once you get into like, let's say your final year of university,
Okay.
and it comes time to work on like your final project, and you know, you don't want to AI slop the design maybe, or like the whole flow, the whole structure, but you're like, you know, you want to spend your mind cycles, your brain cycles on that, and then you like lay out the whole architecture, everything, then you just tell the AI like, you
Do
know,
it.
implement this thing.
Make
and
it
it's,
happen.
oh god, it's like so freeing. It's insanely powerful. It's also spooky. It's just spooky. It kind of feels like it just feels like power creep. It's like why would I go back to playing like core Guild Wars 2 when I now have alacrity and quickness and all boons and Scourge, you know?
Yeah, that's AI.
Oh my god, it's insanely powerful.
Yeah.
And
You
then
know, one time-
everyone else is doing it too. So it's like the arms race.
You know, I had a student once, and
Okay.
she hands in this thing, and I read it, and I'm like, this is AI slop. Right? Like, I know it is.
Did you say that? Did you use the word slop to describe it?
No, but I knew it was.
Please.
I gave her a 50, and then she asked to meet with me. I said, okay. And I said, okay, I'm happy to meet with you, but you need to know a couple things before we meet. And the first thing is that I probably won't change your grade. And the second thing is that you probably can't convince me to change your grade, but I'm happy to explain why I did this. And if I am incorrect, then, you know, I'll adjust. But so we meet, and I say, okay, before we go any further, I need you to be 100% real with me here. Because if you're not, then there's absolutely no point in continuing the conversation. Do you agree to be 100% honest with me? And she says yes. And I say, did you use AI to write this thing? And she says, yes. And I was like, the entire thing? And she says, pretty much. And I'm like, well, you realize that you just it was a proposal, right? She was writing a proposal for her final project. I was like, you realize that your proposal told me that you were going to do substantive primary research for which you would need ethical approval, right? It's like, you know that that's what it said. And she just looked at me confused. And I said, okay, what's the difference between primary and secondary research? And she just stared into the abyss. And I was like, your proposal pitches that you're going to do both primary and secondary research and then gives examples. You have no idea what those things mean? And she says no. And I'm like, wow, we're totally screwed. And I was like, well, I think the grade is justified. I said, you really need to... It's like, you really need to not do this because you're going to get yourself in big trouble one day.
Yeah.
Because seriously, she pitched it. She's going to do all these interviews and surveys and stuff. Because
And it was all
ChatGPT, if you
AI.
ask it to make a proposal, like a research proposal, it'll always tell you to use both primary and secondary research.
Yeah.
That's how I catch a lot of my students.
What was the
Yeah.
response? How did that go?
She's just like, okay.
Did the
They-
abyss
it's-
stare
She
back
doesn't
at
really care about learning anything. These students are so short-sighted. They just want to get the paper and then leave. They don't understand that nobody cares about the paper. They care about the things you did to get the paper.
Mm.
It is
Yeah.
scary. Because all their friends, I'm sure students talk about it with their friends. That might be in like different disciplines, different classes, or whatever. I'm sure they all talk about how they're using AI, and it's like, the power creep is just crazy. It just
Dude,
must
I use AI all the time.
yeah, and like they should be learning some skills, but it's like, oh, it's like such a that's like a rough.
Like I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to use AI a lot for my sociology paper, but not to like write it for me, but to help me with evaluating ideas and comparing different thought processes and stuff. Like that's what I'm going to do, and then I am going to write it. I use it as a tool, right? Not a crutch.
Yeah.
Very different.
I've used it to like, I'll write something and then I'll have it evaluate like, am I too rude? Am I clear enough? And stuff like that. It's been interesting.
Yeah, I think this is the only thing about AI is that it is very powerful, but you do have to use it appropriately. Like it is very powerful and very good at what it does, but it can also be, it can also make slop, right? It's like a tool to enhance your own creativity and your own expression, not to replace it. I think that some people try to use it to replace their own thoughts, right? Like, or to basically have thoughts instead of you, but that's not really what you're supposed to do with it. You're supposed to use it to further kind of empower your ability to develop your own ideas, not slop.
Yeah.
It's a force multiplier.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a force
somebody in the
multiplier.
chat said that we need to teach the kids how to use it as a tool. I actually do that. I give them examples, but the problem is that many of them are too short-sighted to actually use it as a tool. They just don't care about the process. They don't want to learn to critically think. Like when I was in school, I took like logic and philosophy and a bunch of classes like that because it helped me construct the arguments better, and I really enjoyed that. But a lot of students just do not care about that stuff at all. And I actually worry a lot about the students because like at some point they're going to be tested in some way. And they're not going to be able to handle it because they've always taken an easy way out. And I just think it's very difficult to be a student. Like, of course, I'm a student as a PhD student, but it's a little bit different, right? When you're an undergrad student, there's a lot of financial pressure, there's a lot of social pressure, academic pressure. You've just got a lot going on. And I think with the cost of education rising and there's cost of living rising, I think more students than ever spend a lot of time working outside of school. Which working outside of school is both good and bad. Like there becomes a point where working too much actually can harm you. And I think that we're coming to this point in the culture where people are just trying to get by a lot. And that's what it feels like with a lot of my students in my classes. They're just trying to get by, and that makes me kind of sad for them because I think that a lot of them are quite bright and probably could do more, but they're just trying to do the bare minimum to get by.
So for like calculus classes, there would be whenever we had tests, there'd be 2 tests. There'd be like one half is with calculator, one half is without calculator. And if I were to be teaching a class, I don't know how I would handle AI other than like the test would be live. You would get some sort of randomized question answer or question prompt or something, and you have to live respond to it. Because outside of that, I honestly don't know. Because the AIs they're good at writing scripts. You know, eventually they might be able to just make them like videos or whatever. Like if you ask people to do presentations and record it, the AI might be able to just make the presentation completely. You know, you take a few pictures and it just generates your face and talking and simulates your voice and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do anything outside of like in person.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to.
Yeah.
It's weird.
That seems
isn't it?
crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy, but you're gonna have to. You're gonna have no choice because if anything is a video, like a video stream or something like that, you won't be able to verify if it's legitimate or not.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Slot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, put it this way. I've had students do presentations for me, and they just ask ChatGPT to make a script, and then they've posted the whole script on PowerPoints, like size 10 font, and then they just read it to me.
Yeah.
And I sit there and I go like, what are you doing?
I think online teaching will be hit the worst, right? Just because.
Oh, it's really bad, yeah.
There's really no counter, and then.
Oh, there is a counter. I found the counter. It's crazy. You know what the counter is? Make 20% of their grade participation and say you get a 0 if your camera's off.
That's not.
Oh,
well, that's to counter
holy.
lazy people, not AI. I think.
Oh well, but it's
Or, like,
helped
low
to
engagement
some
people.
extent. Because now those people are less likely to rely on AI because they've been forced to engage.
That's probably true. The overlap there is probably pretty big.
I should just make it 100% participation. Yeah.
Ooh, Oh, maybe yeah. You have to participate. You know, like 90% of sessions, and then for the remaining 10%, the only way you get credit for those sessions is you have to get notes from other people in the class. Nice.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, my online classes are better than ever before. On week 3, I actually stopped the class at one point, and I just said, I am amazed by how much better this class is than any other online class I've ever taught. And I just explained to them that I put the participation in there because even though I don't necessarily like putting participation grades, I felt it was the only way to get people to show up and take it seriously. And the results are phenomenal. It is exceptionally different. It's wild. I enjoy teaching it. But did he just sell all those exotics?
Yeah, he's vendor pilled.
Oh.
Yeah. That is like hundreds of gold down the drain.
What are you doing?
Bro,
T-Bug's the
why
kind of
you
player
involved?
that economists like.
Dude.
Okay,
What? Hell?
the silk, the
Dude,
mithril, the
just
un-IDs.
open the Black Lion Trading and just click Insta Sell. What are you doing?
Bro,
Oh
I don't want to.
my
I don't want to
God.
fuck around with that shit, man. I don't mess around with that stuff.
Dude, I
Days,
can't.
days.
Please.
I
help.
don't. I just don't mess around with like the sell stuff, man.
Guys, I'm gonna vomit. Oh my god.
So now did I tell you about my Dragon's Den coffers?
I don't know. I'm
I,
gonna double dragon after seeing that. It's infected me. Holy
Double
crap.
dragon.
I did 100 Dragon's Dens, right? And in those coffers, it's like a choice coffer. You can get like the Arene thing,
Yep.
the ass, whatever it's called.
Yep.
And but you have to select it. But then you always get like 3 rare unidentified gears, right? Which is maybe like a gold. But there's no way I was clicking through all those. So once we got the vendor that could eat the chests and give you the ass, yeah, I instantly did that. As soon as that patch hit, that was like the first thing I did.
That is paid,
Based.
actually. That is so painful.
That is
Holy
based.
shit.
Unbelievable.
That's
So
kinda
I
fucked
missed
up.
out on like 300
Guys,
unidentified gear, but based.
I am stunned. I don't even remember what I was talking about before because all I can think about now is the fact that Teapot just threw away hundreds of gold.
Yeah,
Holy crap.
I did, and I enjoyed it too.
At least salvage them? No shot. Clicking through those chests would be negative gold per hour negative fun per hour, I should say, compared to anything else I could have done with them.
Oh boy. I think I was talking about how my students use ChatGPT to do their presentations for them. And then
Yeah, how they
forget
slop
what
it
I was
up.
talking about after that. Yeah, man. I don't know. I think we're in an interesting time.
We certainly
Yeah.
are.
Dude, we might need legislation to slow down the not the development but the response from AI, because right now it's just it's too easy to just generate too much slop and just flood the airwaves.
And I would not be
crazy.
I would not be surprised. We talked about this before. I would not be surprised if we very rapidly get to this crazy point where a very significant portion of all media online is AI generated. It's just slop. It's just pure slop. Like, I think especially on platforms like Reddit and Twitter.
Oh yeah,
Kind of like the
anything
text-based,
anything
like,
text
yeah,
is
yeah,
like
yeah,
is
yeah.
like GG, dude.
Yeah, like text-based platforms, text-based social media. I just think it's over. I think it's over. You know, like if you, it's probably slop now. Let's be honest. It's probably slop.
And there's no incentive for the platform owner to publish transparency reports either, I don't think. I think Twitter used to post them frequently, and then the once they changed leadership, they kind of stopped. I heard that they posted one last year after like 4 years of not posting one. But for like how many bots they ban or like whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't even, with a lot of the stuff on there, I'm like, dude, what isn't a psyop? You know what I mean? I'm just like, what is going on here?
Are there
So wacky
Are
out
there
there.
any like estimates on what percentage of Twitter users are bots?
Dude, I don't know about users, but I think the last I heard was like 50% on content was botted.
50% of content is bots? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's actually
You can
crazy.
you can identify them too. They'll have Egon Chalakian, very interesting name to deep dive on. But there are Twitter accounts out there where they will post the same like uncanny valley photo, like picture, and say something about it, and then like other accounts will respond and like post something similar and be like, "Whoa, no way, is this real?" And it's you can tell it's like a bot network, and it's so creepy. It's so creepy. It's crazy. Yeah, dead internet theory. But it's not even that. Maybe the scary thing is before it reaches dead internet is like the effects it's having on humans in the meantime, where the trust, some people are like overly trusting, not trusting, but like who they trust is like getting very, very muddied. And yeah, so the output from the bots just is way faster, way more it can hit certain emotions just like way harder. It's like engineered to just like manipulate us. So like even before it's totally all bots, there's like this really scary spot where like 50% are like dictating the narrative, and it's out of the hands of like humans anymore. That's scary. Yeah. I was really hoping for like a Ghost in the Shell future before we got to this like wacky AI future, but The weebs aren't always right, you know.
When are the weebs ever right?
That's a good question. They were right when most animation was hand drawn. I'll tell you that. The older anime, oh god, it looks so good. It looks so good.
Now it's probably slop though.
It could be going in that direction. The slop may be affecting many different mediums.
Yeah, this guy just got one shot. He thought he was gonna gank, but he became the ganked.
June loves Guild Wars 2. Come to the point that I think everything online is fake. Holy.
Yeah. It definitely is kind of getting to that point. Well, I got killed.
Idiocracy? Man, I don't even, would we even reach that point? Because, like, the Idiocracy was about how not smart people were outbreeding the smart people.
Yeah.
And it
kind
of
like
like
the
tanked.
same scenario, right? It's not the. I think it's more like I think what's happening is not quite the same thing because, okay, look. This. I don't know how deep I want to go on this, but I'm of the big belief that never assume that you could not be fooled. Right? I think this is this is a major mistake that people make, I think. Especially, I see this a lot when people are talking about people who disagree with them, or, you know, have like fallen for something, like fallen for a scam or something like that. Never, ever assume that it couldn't work on you. Because trust me, it absolutely could. You should always be on your toes with this kind of stuff. And you shouldn't assume that people who have kind of like fallen down like these like really toxic rabbit holes online are just like stupid or like inherently evil. I don't think that's really a very accurate analysis of how this happens, really. Like all of this stuff is like giga insidious and giga spooky, right? With like how all the misinformation goes around there, like all of this like crazy shit that gets spread online. Yeah. It's wild. It is wild.
Yeah, I think there's also like a if someone is telling you not to believe one side,
yeah,
don't just believe them either. You know, like
Don't believe his side, guys. Don't believe it.
like yeah, because that also just might be misinformation. Like that might be part of the dupe, right? It's just crazy. It's like trying to gain trust and breed skepticism. Thank you. About a particular view or person or side or whatever. That sort of like trust me but don't trust them sort of thing is also spooky.
Put a one in the chat if you don't believe anything Teapot
it is,
says.
because the thing is, like, I view this as genuinely the worst thing that's happening in the entire world right now. This is the thing that I view as the greatest threat to human civilization, is the disintegration of high trust society. Like, it doesn't exist anymore. This thing is, it's past tense. Like, I'm not worried about this happening. I think this has already happened, right? It's past tense. Nobody trusts anyone anymore. Right? And they're not wrong to not trust people, by the way. In fact, they're probably right to not trust people, but that's really bad, right? Like when we're living in this universe where nobody can trust each other anymore and we're just not able to communicate, like, holy shit, like this is bad, right? Like this is really, really bad. And to be honest, like you can really see the effects of this on a macro scale right now. I actually think that the interactions, I would say particularly between the United States and Canada, are the perfect example of this. Like, why are the USA and Canada fighting? That's insane. Like, imagine that actually being the reality that we're living in, right? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And of course, like the same is kind of happening with Europe, of course, and America as well. This is fucking crazy. Like the fact that we have become so mistrustful of each other that we don't know if we can like trust our allies. Are our allies even our allies? Are they trying to fuck us over in these trade deals, right? The fact that we don't have any trust whatsoever, it's like, it's unironically destroying our civilization. It's not a meme. This is not a joke. This is not an exaggeration. Like this type of thing is disintegrating our way of being. It's crazy. And I think a lot of this, and again, like I said, this is a macro view of, I think, what happens online with all these bots and the misinformation and like people making shit up, right? And just like trolling and like posting like crazy shit. Look, it is the same thing, guys, as the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. I can read through this post and I don't know who's being legitimate or not. I don't know if these people are trolls or bots or like AI. How could I possibly tell that? And that's exactly what has happened with geopolitics as well. Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, when you think about like how important trust is, it's like the big catalyst for like our civilization today, and even most of the old ones, is just trust that humans would place into each other. And that's how like successful like animals kind of operate. Once you get to like mammals, the successful ones that have like communities and trust, like they have trust that helps them be successful, and they like share and everything like that. Once you break that down, you're pretty much just like reptile brain, right? You're just like, everyone's out for themselves. Like at any moment you're killing something or it's killing you. And it's like really scary to like regress towards that.
Yeah. Lying is an OP strategy. Well, the thing is that lying has always been OP. It's just that, okay, so here's the meme, right? Like, humans are naturally truthful, and the reason I can say that is because if we weren't, we wouldn't have evolved communication, because communication is not useful unless you're honest over 50% of the time. Because let's say that let's say you've got a species, like some kind of species, and it has a communication method, and 50% of the time it's misinformation. That is useless, because you have no way of knowing like what universe you're living in, right? You don't know if you're in the 50% or not. So if you have a communication, if you're able to communicate, it means that in general you're probably a truthful species, more or less, because otherwise like it's just completely useless. But yeah, obviously, like lying is very advantageous for sure.
Yeah, thinking about it, like, can you guys remember the first time you were ever lied to, or like even when you just are lied to and you then understand it's a lie? It like hurts, right? It's just like, it like feels bad. Like when you figure out something is a lie, I don't know, it feels pretty bad when you think someone was genuine and then they're just absolutely lying to you. And I feel like when you learn that when you're young, it's almost like how like babies kind of get scared when you play like peekaboo with them sometimes, because they're just like, where did you go? Like disappear, like where are you? Like I don't know. It feels like if you can't trust something, it is like inherently scary. And I don't think we're like really programmed to like that at all.
Yeah, this is a good point from Mortal Sandwich actually as well. I think you're right. Is that like it's why people are mean online as well. Like, okay, so if you have someone who's like flaming you out in a video game or whatever, they're just going crazy, popping off, or like people saying like whack shit in map chat or whatever, there's no way they'd ever say that in person. There's probably like a few like actual psychos who would, but almost none of the people who get toxic in video games would ever do that shit in real life. Because it's so easy with that layer of separation. You can like dehumanize like the people you're talking to, right? And like you're just talking to pixels on the screen. You're not interacting with real people. And like this is one of the really interesting side effects of technology and kind of electronic communication for sure, is that it just kind of, it makes it so much easier to be horrible, right? Like it's really easy to be mean online, right? But it's much harder to be mean in real life, I think.
Oh yeah, I think it's interesting. People are talking about the first time that they were scammed in a video game. I I feel like that has to be taught in schools now, like, or else people won't understand how prevalent and damaging like scams are. Like, I don't think the older generation got it, so I think they're way more susceptible to like scams and lying on the internet.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyone that's played like any sort of game with like trading, you know, trade window,
yeah.
people moving stuff around, pulling
Eve
out,
Online.
you
Online.
learn.
Log in.
You learn not to trust.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you learn not to do that. Yeah.
You learn the fear.
Oh yeah, I should. Yeah, when I was talking about like the U.S. and Canada stuff, I wasn't really talking about like the politicians involved. I was mostly talking about the people, right? Like, it's crazy to me that you can go online and okay, like for example, I will admit, guys, I do sometimes take a peek into r/conservative, and holy shit, there's some interesting stuff in there. The fact that there are some people in there that will like swear blind that like all of these countries are just like freeloading and like they're fucking us over and leeching off us, right? And they have like no respect for us. The fact that you can see that is just so unbelievably interesting, right? Like that's just crazy to me. It's absolutely wild that we're living in this universe where where essentially people who are basically all on the same page, more or less, are kind of like saying this type of things about each other is crazy to me. That we've got to this point because we just have like no. Yeah, I mean, I think the word kind of is trust, right? There's like no trust between people. Like the walls have been broken down. Like the barriers of trust have been eroded. Like everyone's like infinitely suspicious of like everything, right?
Oh, you know it's. I'm American and I like America, and
NA.
If someone would have told me that no European country has ever said thank you to us, I'd still feel like, well, they're using our money, we're exporting our culture, we're taking the best of their culture and exporting it back to them bigger and better. Like, you don't have to say thank you. You're welcome. I already know. Okay. I don't get the thing about like, yeah, making people say thank you or like wanting payback and stuff when the U.S. has kind of, aside from certain things in present age, we're kind of killing it. I think we recovered from COVID the best of all of like the big wealthy nations, kind of still dominating the airwaves on like culture. I don't know. I just like, yeah.
Yeah, not sure how much longer for that, buddy. Though, you better watch out.
It's kind of turning. It's kind of turning, but because of the like the weird hostility towards people not saying thank you, or that kind of like that line of thinking. I don't know. But even if we were slipping, I wouldn't demand thank yous from people or like payback.
If you log into Guild Wars 2 from Europe, you should have to like record a video of yourself like thanking America for developing the video game.
You have to sign like a contract.
Yeah.
You have to type out your name
and you have to sign like
take a photo.
Yeah. You have to announce. You have to announce that you're like you're so grateful. Oh man, it's so funny. You honestly love to see it.
May Lissa aid you.
The NA tax. The NA tax indeed.
The people being nicer in person thing is like totally true. If you ask like any of your big favorite streamers how people are in real life whenever they go to like meetups or TwitchCon or whatever, they'll always tell you that like people will walk up and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm so and so, I'm hate watcher in the chat," but they're like super friendly in person. it's yeah.
Yeah, it's like super weird. There's a period of time where people were like quite mean to me, it felt like, in the chat. But then when I went to like PAX and stuff, literally everyone I met was super nice to me.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, why? I think it's like a psychological thing. I think we pick out the negative things way easier than the positive things. Also, as a random political thing, Canada is sending back all the American alcohol. GTFO.
So
Wow.
when is the USA gonna thank Europe? I don't think the USA would ever thank any other country. I'm sorry. Well,
Yeah,
the
good
current
luck.
leadership.
Canada's going freaking hard, man. Like,
That is
I will
based.
give it to the Liberal Party. They are defending Canada's honor right now, and I think they're doing an okay job. That's why they're getting so many votes right now. Or like the polls are going better for the Liberals.
I also think the USA, well, before it was called the USA, I think it was populated by people that weren't from Europe initially, so I don't know. It's kind of a weird one.
Wait, what did you say?
This person said, so when is USA going to thank Europe for populating the place? And I'm saying, first off, I think our ego is too big to ever thank Europe for that, but also, there were people here before
Yeah,
Europeans.
it's not like the Europeans
so
were there
it's kinda,
first. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I hope this doesn't devolve into like,
That's funny.
you know the conversations. Okay, I'm not gonna.
People are meme by default? I don't think so. I really don't actually. No, I think people are actually very generally actually pretty good. But I think that it's really easy to fall into a bad place in the current internet age.
I think people have just become more. What's the word? I think that politics has become the new religion, and people just have become so engrossed in this divide that it's like I don't really know how to express this, but I used to have friends that were like very conservative and very liberal and somewhere in the middle and a little all over the place, and we could talk about things and disagree and still be friends. But I feel like that is much harder now. Much harder now.
I
Like,
do think it has become religious, but I think it's
Yeah.
I don't think it's like religion from like the early 2000s where like people could be in different religions, kind of have those discussions. I think it's closer to the religion from like, I don't know, like the atheist scare or like the Crusades. I think we're like the spectrum of like religion and hostility towards the other is like ramped up bigly.
Yeah. I don't know. It just makes me kind of sad. Like when I see something on Facebook, and this goes for in either direction, by the way, whether you're conservative or liberal or somewhere in between or whatever. When I see something that says something along the lines of, if you voted for X person, delete me from all social media and never talk to me again.
Jesus.
I
Yeah,
feel like
fucking
that's
crazy.
like, I feel like that's the wrong attitude to have. Yeah. It's kind of like saying, if you disagree with me, I would prefer to live in an echo chamber.
Well, okay. Look, just to be clear though, that is contextual, in my opinion. Like there are some things where something like that could be justified, I guess, but just not everything.
I mean, I'm not American, right? And I think Trump is kind of insane. But I literally know people who voted for Trump. And I'm not going to, like, hate them because of that, right? I just don't think that's a very productive line of thinking. Even though I think the tariffs are unjustified.
I don't know. I don't even know how. Honestly, this is not something I've really given that much thought. Like, how would I? Because the thing is, I'm trying to come up with. It's really hard for me to visualize this because there's honestly not much of an equivalent in the UK. To be honest, it would be like if you voted for fucking reform. Like, bro, okay, that's fucking cooked. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Yeah, if you guys want Trudeau, I heard he's he's done. So if you guys want him, you can have him. I don't think any Canadians will be really that upset. You can have him. We don't want him anymore. There's too many scandals. It's like way too easy to make really funny videos. We can't do it anymore. My favorite one was when like half the country was going to the food bank, and he took a multi-million-dollar vacation to Jamaica.
Based.
We could probably handle him here. I mean, based on the scandals we've seen in our leadership, we could handle him.
So you're saying he should just get into office in the U.S. then instead? That's the next move.
Yeah, I think he can even buy citizenship now. There's a special gold version, the beta win version.
Oh,
you
really?
just like buy in, right?
Oh wow.
It's the latest I heard from the executive orders.
Yeah, like this is what is the tricky thing. It's like, okay, could you be friends, Sneb, with someone who voted? Okay, let's actually do a really extreme example just to make it like super obvious. Like, could you be friends with someone who voted to take away women's right to vote?
I'm not even saying I have to be friends with them. I'm just saying that I think it's important to be cordial because the.
Could you be cordial with someone like that?
Well, I mean,
I'd be
like,
struggling.
it really depends on what you mean, right?
Yeah.
If somebody's like, I voted for this person, I would be like, whoa, like, really? Why? But
Well,
I don't think I would immediately, like, go, well, okay, you're saying, what do you mean, take away women's right to vote? Like,
Yeah, okay, let's
wouldn't
just go like mega extreme. Just like, it's gone. You just can't do it anymore. It's
They
not
nuked
legal. It's just nuked. It's gone. Can't
Or they
do it
tried to
anymore.
nuke it.
It's over.
Like straight up, that's the only bill. There's no filler in the bill. They're
Yeah,
just like,
that's
we're
it.
revoking
That's
whatever
the only
amendment.
thing. That's the only thing in the bill.
That's
Nothing
it.
else.
That's it.
Yeah.
They're like, I want that.
Yeah. It's like at that point, I feel like we've
I don't
got
know.
a
I mean,
problem, right?
you can call me naive, right? You can call me naive or idealist, but in my opinion, this is the context that I'm thinking of. I have an old high school acquaintance on my social media, and he leans very strongly one way.
Okay.
And he says stuff like, if you voted for this person, then you should never talk to me again and delete me from social media. And then kind of crashes out.
Okay.
Right? I do not think that's productive because I don't think it creates any sort of conversation. Like, if we disagree about something, I think we should be able to talk about it cordially. When things get extreme, right? Like, if somebody was like, you know, trying to, like, if somebody's like a legitimate Nazi or something, then I think, you know, this maybe changes the conversation a little bit. It's a little bit harder to be respectful when people are doing things that don't respect others. But
yeah, I think that's the key, right? Like that.
It's
yeah.
very contextual, right? Because people have very different views on what that respect means, and that's why there is a spectrum of political ideas.
I think the thing I run into is like I'm like too curious to like flame someone out, so I'll have to ask questions. But at some point, like from what I've seen, it feels like I just live in a different reality when I start asking those questions from someone. And it might even be like, oh, what's like a recent one? There are complaints that the U.S. is paying too much compared to like Europe for the Ukraine and Russian war. But I'm pretty sure Europe has paid more than the U.S. and is committed to paying more to the, and has committed to paying more. So like the realities seem to be diverging.
Yeah, I think this is where things get really weird. This is like a key point. It's like, and I think this is actually really scary. This is inherently scary. Like, does there get to a point where you can't really have a meaningful dialogue with someone? Wow, that's actually a really big question. Like, I would have to actually think about that. I think a little bit. But I'd honestly say that the answer to that is actually kind of yes. I think you get to a point where like your worldviews are so incompatible that you can't communicate anymore. You know what I mean?
And the way that you respect that in that case is you go, hey, I don't think this conversation is productive anymore, so I'm done talking.
But isn't that kind of what that person is saying in a way, but preemptively?
Well, perhaps, but I'm saying that the respectful thing to do is at least engage in a discourse to try to understand the other people's point of view. Of course, if somebody's very extreme, you'll find that out very quickly, and you won't be able to have a conversation, right?
If someone voted to revoke women's right to vote, I feel like that happens like frame one is like I don't know if I could.
Yeah,
It'd be
it's pretty hard to engage.
It would be like
But yeah,
it'd be
yeah.
like what like
It's like how do
why?
I, yeah, like how do we actually
and then
how do
then
we even engage
whatever
here?
they
Like, what
say,
yeah.
I feel like that's an interesting that's an interesting point of view, but then I'm like done because I don't know what they could say.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting take.
Yeah, block, ignore, whatever.
Yeah, it just gets a little bit weird, yeah.
Jesus.
But yeah, I mean, I've engaged with people that
Yeah.
have very extreme views relative to my own. As I've talked with you about Teapot, like there's this one woman, and she's so far right that I'm like, hello
too
over
much.
there, and it like echoes on
Yeah.
to get to her, right? And she was trying to convince me that my wife should stop working and should homeschool our children. And
Trad.
this is like so counter to my personal philosophy that it was very difficult to engage with. But I just, well, why do you think that? And she's like, well, I think our education system is full of just woke nonsense, and the influences and teachers that we have are just not skilled.
Woke. The woke mind
And-
virus.
The woke mind virus
And I went,
has arrived.
And so I went, that is an interesting take.
Mm.
And so my counter to her was, I said, well, I actually think that it's important that my child be exposed, at least to some extent, to views that they may agree or disagree with, so that they can form their own. And that being influenced by many different kinds of people is important. And I happen to know many of the teachers in my area because I went to school with them. And so I think that there's value in that. And she's like, well, and so she switched her reason, and she said, well, my school slows you down. My kids are way more social and way more apt to do things, and they're entering science competitions, doing all of these things. And I was like, well, look, you might be a teacher, but my wife is not a teacher, and that's just not what we do. And we think that we'd rather have more qualified people do it. We think there's benefits to being involved in schools, such as teams and other extracurricular activities. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I would say it's interesting because I would consider myself like a college. I don't necessarily call myself a teacher because whenever I say teacher, I think of high school teacher for some reason. In my mind, I'm like my official title is sessional lecturer or, yeah, like a
Professional yapper, really.
Yeah, basically.
Anti-AI lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, AI enjoyer. Yeah, this is something that it really scares me about current political discourse, is that I feel like everyone is, I don't know, dude, it just feels like everyone views everyone else as like evil. And it's like, bro, how do we communicate? Like at this point, how do we
But you know what was
communicate?
really interesting about that conversation I had, Teapot?
Yeah.
We're sitting at a pub across the table from each other, and she's telling me all of this, and I'm just hearing her out, right? And I don't agree with it. And I think it's like maybe a little bit crazy to some extent. Like I wouldn't personally do that, right? And she's telling me all about it. She's giving me her reasons, and some of the reasons have like a little bit of merit. Like I actually do think that, if you're a really, really strong student, that you are probably held back to some extent in high school because they're teaching to the bottom a lot of the time. So, I mean, she has some points that have merit, but I'm sitting there just disagreeing with her and politely giving her my take, and she's listening to my take, right? And she has some rebuttals every now and then, but she's like, that's fair, and we're going back and forth. And at the end, she bought my meal. And she said, I really appreciate that you were willing to speak your mind. And I was like, okay. Because she's like apparently some massive free speech advocate. And apparently most people won't even engage with her, right? So I just engaged with it. And I was like, look, I disagree for these reasons. And there you go. And Yeah, and you can leave going, you know what? I think some of those takes are maybe like a little out there, but deep down, you know, there's still a person behind the opinion.
Yeah, and that's definitely true.
Well, okay, Soda Press, this is a good point. Now try having a conversation with white nationalists. Now here's the thing about this, is that if you don't have conversations with these people, they will never change. Ever. There are people that make it their specific goal to talk to these people, right? And try to, you know, soften them up a bit to some of these ideas. And it works. Like, I'll tell you something very personal about myself that I think is very important. Like, I grew up in a very, very highly structured, highly religious, conservative household. And I essentially grew up thinking that people in the LGBT community were evil. Like, that's how I grew up, okay? The only thing that changed my mind was when somebody had a rational conversation with me and showed me that they weren't evil. That's what did it for me. One day I was like, oh, like I've been taught this thing my whole life, and that's not true. But that never would have been the case if people antagonized me or ignored me.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually quite important to have a conversation.
We always have to. You have to assume that. You have to assume that people are rational actors to an extent. Otherwise, all is lost, right? Mm-hmm. Right. Because if that's not the case, and that, you know, we can't basically communicate with each other, then it's over. You know, then I guess, awesomeness. We buying a bunker, dude. Like, we want to get like a bunch of canned food for the next like 50 years or whatever. Like,
dude, I already started prepping, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. It's getting wacky. It's getting wacky out here, dude. Across the pond, okay.
Yeah,
I was a Boy Scout. My wife likes camping, you know.
Yeah. And now you're gonna be permanently camping, like.
Yeah, hold on. This is a good comment here. A lot of people aren't willing to change their mind like that, Sneb. Well, you may be right, but I mean, what's your point with that? Is your point that because a lot of people aren't willing to change their mind, that there's not a point in trying to have a conversation? Or is it that it's difficult to have a conversation? Because I would agree that it is difficult to have a conversation, particularly the people who aren't willing to change their mind. But if you had asked me before, I probably wouldn't have said that I would ever change my mind. But what did change my mind was being exposed to those conversations and have people treating me very fairly.
Well, they put it like this. You don't need to convince everyone. Look. Yeah. Let's put it like this, guys. If the Democrats had managed to convince like another 2% of the population, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. You don't need to get everyone. Okay, just enough to win the election, guys. Okay, that's...
Yeah, I think it's important to have the conversations. I also think, oh man, when people try to persuade people to like take their kids out of the school system, I think you're very fortuitous in your mindset, Sneb, and you could probably navigate that conversation pretty well. And you just have like good reasons and like, you know, you can think through it. I think there are many people that would be persuaded by such a conversation, without persuaded, and might even change, you know, where their kids go to school and all of that based on that conversation. Without much defense. And so I think the conversations are important, although I do wish they happen more in public and both sides would come and talk about it.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that it is far more difficult to have a rational conversation with people than ever before. That a lot of people won't even give you the reasons why they believe particular things. They just believe them and think it's right, and that's why it's right. And they're not willing to articulate any of their reasons or their logic behind their viewpoints. This creates a very large problem when it comes to political discourse, because if you can't even articulate why you believe something or why you think something is true, then how are you to convince anyone else? And so you just get in these shouting matches where, yeah, nothing's really productive.
And I even think there's another Ooh, when there are public debates, there are many tactics that are deployed. So you can't just have facts, but it feels like rhetoric is kind of winning. Rhetoric, regardless of facts, logic, was it logo? I don't know all the logos, pathos, all that. I think it kind of feels like rhetoric. Just how things are said is winning bigly right now, that's like scary to think about.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's necessarily
People can
true,
just say
though.
stuff
I
to
felt- yeah.
farm fear, and then it just wins for a large percentage of people.
Yeah.
Fear, like farming fear, just seems to be like very strong. We need some nerfs on that because it's kind of gotten out of hand.
Yeah.
Um,
And I also
I'd
think we talked about this a little bit before, but I think that the trouble is that the world is unbelievably complicated, and a lot of the time, the truth is much more difficult to explain than an easy lie, and that you're at such a disadvantage. I feel like a lot of the time, in a lot of these situations, like really, really fucking hard to deal with this.
If you want, okay, Trayvon asked a really good question. My legitimate opinion on that, this is some legitimate advice. It's a book I've read. It's called How to Have Impossible Conversations. And some of you may hate the author, but that doesn't matter. The book is good. The book is very good. It's by Peter Boghossian. But read the book. The book actually has some really good insight on how to have really challenging conversations with people. And I've taken a lot from it. To give you some context, people, I made a very bold, a very brave, some would say, decision when I was about 25 to leave the religion that I had grown up in that is very community oriented. As a consequence of this, I lost all of my friends, and people lied about me and said that I cheated on my wife, and that was the reason that I was leaving the religion, and all kinds of things like that. People thought that I became like some kind of horrible demon. Anyway, I was forced to have very difficult conversations with my parents, who screamed at me on the phone and were overly just very angry with me. And I would attribute me getting through that to using some of the tips and tricks that were in that book, even though I don't even think that book was published at the time. But when I read it, I was like, yeah, these are some of the things that I did. And now, having read the book, there are things that I wish I had done too. But yes, I would strongly advise people to look for ways to find common ground whenever you're dealing with very difficult conversations like that. It's very, very difficult. But yeah, read the book, How to Have Impossible Conversations.
it's probably a good book. I don't like the author based on some research I've done about him.
Yeah,
but I think he's good at making. I think he's good at making arguments for sure, and I think he's good at. Asking questions.
A conversation, yeah.
Yeah, there's
you
one
can
video.
Completely disagree with his worldview, but still.
Oh no! I think it's there's more than one video, but there's one video in which he does the thing where he's like try to guess the other side's stance.
Yeah.
And he was on the opposite side of another person, Destiny. I will just go ahead and clarify. And Destiny guessed Peter's position, I'd say 95% accuracy. And then when Peter was asked, was that accurate? Peter's like, no, not close. And then when Peter said his answer, I had to rewind and rewatch the tape like 10 times because I was like, am I going insane? Because I'm pretty sure Destiny just called it. And I think one of the top posts in one of the top comments on the YouTube thread was like, what just happened? Other people had to rewind it. And that made me really sus. And ever since that, I did more reading on his work in Hungary. And I was like, oh, his associations over there are kind of wacky. But he's very good. Yeah. He's very good at. I think he's pretty good on asking those questions, and I think the format of his content is really good.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Anthony Magnavosco? This is so interesting because about 10 years ago, ooh, maybe not quite that long, 8 years ago, I discovered street epistemology, and I fell in love with it because of its ability to get people to really reason and rationalize positions. And that's what ultimately helped me have these really difficult conversations with people like my parents. And it's why I actually attribute getting involved or engaging with this rather in some way as me being able to escape like horrible depression, because otherwise, guys, like I one of the hardest parts about leaving a very dominating religion is that it's all you know. Like your entire identity is wrapped up in this thing, and when you leave, you have nothing, right? They make sure of it, and like it's really difficult to leave. And if I hadn't, discovered all these ways to like rationalize, reason, have difficult conversations, I actually don't know if I would have survived. Like it was that, like I used to get phone calls in the middle of the day from random people trying to get me to come back to church and like telling me all of these reasons why like I'm wrong and going on and on and on. And I had to challenge these people and stand up for myself over and over again. I probably had to do it 15 times. I had to threaten to sue someone once because I was like, this is now harassment. Like, you guys got to stop calling me. I've told you to stop calling me. It is unreal.
That sounds... I don't want to guess, but I've heard about stuff that Scientology puts their members that leave. Like, they put them through the gauntlet.
Where they go, like,
first,
they go
like,
full aggression,
you have to, like,
right?
physically leave.
Well, yeah, they do, like,
yeah, you have to physically
crazy
escape
shit.
the compound, and then, on top of that, you are stalked to oblivion.
And they'll also just make
for
up
years.
shit, right? Yeah, and they'll
yeah, and
they'll film
just,
you
like, record
until
you.
you get angry, right? And then they'll, like, make you look bad as well. They're fucking crazy. They're genuine, insane psychopaths.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I think Travolta kind of separated, and what's his face? Cruise kind of separated.
It's a little distant, more distant than it was before. Yeah,
and I think it's dying overall because they're not replacing themselves at a fast enough rate, and they're not able to recruit because of like the age of the internet.
The Tom Cruise
and
Scientology video is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. It is fucking crazy.
And I will say it looked like if you watch Tom Cruise talk about Scientology and how it changed his life and how he did become like a dominant actor, he hard delivers in like every movie he's ever been in, and he attributes a lot of that to Scientology. That's a pretty good sell, dude. That's a pretty good sell. So.
I know. I think the thing that can be really really seductive about this stuff is that it can kind of be true to an extent. It's like oftentimes like what you need is like the belief that you can do something and like the motivation to actually go out and do it, right? And it's like in some ways there could well be a link to success, right? At least for Tom Cruise, right? Like and this like very strange like religious cult, because I mean maybe that's what he needed, like mentally that's what he needed to like get out there and get shit done, right? It's I think it's very, very spooky, right? For sure. Like, I think,
and on the surface, it doesn't even get like superstitious. It really is like on the surface, it's all about self-improvement. It's like pretty easy to like step into like a Scientology place and like listen to them yap a little bit.
And that's how they get you, right? They get you when you're like 3 layers in, right? Like, and then you're like, oh fuck, what is this? What's going on? But then you're in too deep, right? Because they've already like recorded like all this information about you. I think that's what they're really insidious with like the auditing stuff they do. They know all the fucking dirt.
The auditing is
they know all the fucking dirt on you. So even if you wanted to leave, you're fucked. Like there's nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah. A bunch of people are asking like what religion and stuff in the chat. I am fine with telling you, but I want to preface this with I used to be a very angry person because I blamed the religion for like a lot of problems that happened in my life after I left and stuff. But I don't feel that anger anymore, and I don't hold any kind of resentment toward people that are still in the religion in fact, like my entire immediate family is, like both my brothers, my sister, my mom, my dad, many of my cousins and stuff have left. But point is, like, I'm very close with people who are still in the church, but I grew up Mormon. This is why I always talk about my crazy like stories on the islands and stuff. It's because I was a Mormon missionary for 2 years in the Federated States of Micronesia, where I learned Chukis and like lived in a hut. So I've had some very unique experiences and such, and I don't think everything that I learned or did was all bad. However, I do have some problems with the truth claims of the religion, and this caused me to eventually decide it wasn't for me. And yeah, that's it. But I usually shy away from talking about it because, frankly, I was right. You're kind of like indoctrinated to believe that talking out against the church is like a very evil thing, and so that I still harbor some of that, right? And frankly, I don't think it's really that nice to do, right? Like, I think it's very negative. I think the church does lots of very good things. I just also think there's a lot of very bad things that are, that exist. And there's it's very interesting now that I'm 7 years out, because I can look at it from more of an outsider perspective and rationalize things and stuff. And there's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I have another ex-Mormon friend, or I don't know if that's the right terminology, but it doesn't seem nearly as malicious, like totally opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of like maliciousness for like capturing people and like keeping them in as like Scientology. But it is like if you grow up in that. My other friend, he grew up in like Utah, like deep, right, like deep in there.
Yeah.
And it is you only know that, and to leave that, it is very scary. That is very scary.
Oh, like there's some really interesting cultural problems. So here's one that there's this guy, I'll pop off about this for a second, but there's some guy on YouTube right now that is, what's his name? It's like, oh, I forget, but he was recently on one of those Jubilee things, and he went against the Cosmic Skeptic? What's that guy's name?
Alex O'Connor?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Alex O'Connor, right?
Yeah. He got chosen and went 1v1 with Alex O'Connor, and he actually did a reasonably good job, but their time was cut short. Anyway, Alex O'Connor had him on the podcast, and I was listening to this, and I was just like, man, this is just so like it's funny because Alex O'Connor can't necessarily attack all of the things that somebody like an ex-Mormon could attack because he doesn't know all of the stuff, right? So I went and started watching this guy's channel, and in one of his videos, he goes after. Have you heard of Nemo, the Mormon? That guy? He's from the UK, and he made a big fuss. Anyway, there's like a whole bunch of drama with that. But anyway, he went after Nemo in this video and just like said that he was like a horrible person, essentially, and then went after a bunch of other ex-Mormon people. And one of the things he said was, "Oh yeah, all these people they go out and they immediately start drinking and doing all of these things, these like evil things after they leave." And I'm sitting there and I'm like, man, this guy's like stereotyping so hard. Unfortunately, a lot of people that leave the church, they've never been taught any kind of like moderation or regulation with things like alcohol, and they get like horribly addicted and stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, it's very bad, right? It's part of the reason why I don't drink still to this day, is because I was never taught any kind of self-control or moderation with those sorts of things. So I don't know if I could, and I also just have no desire to begin, right? So this is a very interesting problem, because all of these people, they make all these assumptions about people, and yeah, I honestly kind of forgot where I was going with this, but like it's just a crazy thing. There's like all these assumptions, and people have a really hard time when they leave, like doing anything productive, and everyone tells you that that's what's going to happen to you, right? They tell you that you're not going to be successful if you leave. They tell you that essentially you can never achieve like peak happiness if you leave the church or aren't a part of the church, right? Like I had somebody make me stand up in front of a classroom full of people, and say that like my grandparents were not truly happy because they're not members of the church. Like that was crazy. And these were the things that eventually led to my demise.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
That's some crazy
Great,
shit.
yeah.
But, you know, at least you
All
have
of-
the Double Dragon story. You have that.
Yeah, I have so many stories. I wrote 1 page in my journal for every day I was out there. That's 730 pages. I always said that I'd write a book. I still should, but I don't know if anyone would read it. It would be kind of crazy.
Just slop it out.
Yeah,
I could just
AI.
I could
Wait,
just,
dude,
like,
you
AI
should,
it all.
no joke. Holy shit. Dude, feed it all in, like scan it all in, or whatever, and say AI, chat GPT, turn this into, you know, an autobiographical novel. And just
Wow,
drop it.
that's actually not a bad idea.
And then you just sell slop.
Dude, you remember, oh, what was that book? I think A Million Little Pieces it was called. It had like the hand covered in like polka dot things.
Yeah.
That guy slopped like that whole book. It wasn't AI slop. He just like fake slopped it and like fooled Oprah and like all these other like bestseller lists and everything. He sold it as like nonfiction. Holy crap. Now with the power of AI, everyone can
Yeah.
be slopping.
Yeah. Man, slop is such a good emote, isn't it? Like, this is...
It's so good.
Slop is extremely powerful, guys. Like, slop is... This is pretty massive. Slop.
I guess I'm laughing, but I wonder if it was like Peepo Chef, and then it was just like co-opted.
It's a very good one. Snap, what are your thoughts on the "it won't come out" meme or emote?
It won't come out.
Yeah,
What
are you
talking
aware of
about?
this one?
I don't know.
I'm gonna put.
I'm NyQuil'd up now. I should be in bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sad
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
Wait, did I ever tell you about the? Oh no, I didn't tell this story ever. Did I ever tell you about the like extreme constipation story?
What?
No, but now you have to.
Okay.
Okay. So,
NyQuil Sneb is a different beast. Holy.
Yeah.
all right, like put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear the like extreme constipation story. It's not for the faint of heart. I mean, it's probably honestly not that long of a story, but all right. All right, people. Well, sit back, relax, grab your favorite beverage, and take a seat, because we're going in for this one. Okay. Yeah, I do know Alyssa Grenfell, and her book did sell a lot. Okay, to the story. As you can imagine, being a Canadian, I had a very specific, you know, probably not that healthy diet or anything, but it did not constitute a lot of rice. I did not eat a lot of rice going into Micronesia, okay? So I arrive on the islands, and I started getting constipated a lot because we would eat so much rice all the time. Everywhere we'd go, people would be like, what the people say there is be like, samungo rice, which is like, let's eat together, let's eat some rice together. And you'd have to be like, oh, idamo kiriso, which is like, no thank you, right? And, but if you always say no thank you, it also comes off as like slightly rude. So sometimes you do say yes and you eat rice with people. But if you eat rice with people all freaking day, like I did, well, eventually you're going to have some plumbing problems. You know what I mean? So this first happened in Guam. Okay, so I'm in Guam. I'm in the southern part of Guam. The Chamorro people are like super cool and chill. And we got invited to all the fiestas, right? So they'd have like a fiesta. They'd like, you know, they'd slaughter the pig. They'd roast the pig. It was a big deal, okay? It was a big deal. And so we would do that. We'd go and eat all this rice. But then one day I realized that I hadn't pooped in like 4 days. And I was like, this is kind of weird. But then I started to get kind of bloated and it started to hurt, right? So we get to like a weekend and I'm like, what do I do? Because I've never had this problem before, right? Because again, very privileged life in Canada. I'd always grown up eating lots of fruit and vegetables, and you know that was just how I lived. So suddenly I had all these problems, and I just didn't know what to do. So then, naturally, like I'm trying to figure out what to do, and I'm talking to these guys, and in missionary lingo, these guys were the APs, the assistant to the president. So they were like the head honchos, right? And I go over to these guys, and I'm like, "Yo, you guys been here much longer than me. Like, I'm having this problem. Like, what do I do?" And he looks at me. This guy's from Montana. He looks at me, and he's like, "Son, we got to get you some Taco Bell." And I'm like, "What?" And keep in mind, like, I don't even think we had a Taco Bell where I lived at the time. So I was like, why is Taco Bell the solution to this problem? Anyway, so we go, and he makes me eat like all these tacos, and he's like, "This will work for sure." And I'm like, "I don't think this is gonna work." Spoiler, it didn't really work. I ended up getting like more constipated and bloated.
Layered, maybe. Even.
Yeah, it was worse.
Ooh.
So then I had to like take this medication stuff. Okay. I gotta make sure I get the term right, otherwise I'm gonna sound. Hold on, I gotta Google something.
It's either laxative or stool softener. Oh yeah. Oh, you had to dig. You had to dig.
I had to dig. Yeah, I had to use
Yeah,
the suppository.
knew
Wait,
it.
wait, you
I
had
knew it.
Otherwise, I would-
oh, wait, okay.
You know what a suppository
Hold on.
is?
Yeah, I mean, I do. Yeah, I was like, well, yeah. I was surprised.
Yeah,
I was like,
I had
wait,
to
you
use a
talking about
suppository,
laxatives?
or
But
I
yeah,
was not. Yeah, yes. Or I was not like it was not happening. It was like a week. I was in pain, so we used a suppository. Dude, that like I don't know if you guys in middle school like if everyone looked at like ratemypoop.com, but like that was that was one for the
Holy.
books. That was insane.
Oh my god.
Like, holy.
Was it? It must have come out layered, right? With like the rice, you could tell where the rice
Oh,
started and
what the
stopped, and then the taco.
What is this? Wait, wait, why do you know
Dude,
about
it
this
was
also?
like
It feels
a
like you've got some
bomb.
experience
Holy.
here. Like, what is this? Like, do you know?
I've never had to dig. I've never had to plant the dynamite, as they
What?
say. But like,
Dude, this thing
But,
was
like,
a bomb.
yeah.
It was insane. Yeah, like it definitely clogged the toilet, and I definitely was
Oh.
in there a while.
oh man, that's brutal.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, was it
but
your
that-
own toilet, or was it someone
Yeah, it
else's?
was my own toilet. Of
Okay,
course, I
good.
wasn't gonna like let that bomb go while I was somewhere else. What, you think I'm gonna go to the derelict church with no running water and just let that one go, or what?
Well, I didn't know if you like dropped it in like a Taco Bell bathroom or somewhere. You just like put the lid down and stroll out.
Honestly, like if you let that go in a Taco Bell bathroom, you just gotta run. Like there's no other option. Yeah, you just gotta run. But this wasn't the only time this happened.
What?
What? You had multiple? Okay.
Dude, there was one time. Hold on one sec.
Why are all of Sneb's stories
Yeah.
related to feces? Okay, like, what's going on
Great.
here?
That's a
It's
great
good
question.
really.
Yeah.
All right. Wait. So this is where things get way more interesting. So then when I went to Chuk, right, this is where things were like very, let's just say it was less civilized, actually. Less civilized. Yeah. So we didn't really have running water all the time. Electricity was, a blessing if we had it. And one time, the fridge, like the electricity went out, and then the fridge obviously stopped working. And then all of our chicken and all of everything else that was in the fridge went bad. And we didn't have any money left, so we had to survive on only rice for like 9 days. Now keep in mind that have you ever eaten rice with ketchup? Because that's what we stooped to.
No.
Right? Like
Ooh.
No.
Oh, that's rough.
we would get the rice and then we'd put it into little balls with our hands
same
and then
squad
we'd
grow,
dip
I
it
haven't
in
left.
ketchup. That's what we came to, right? This was a problem. So, well, as you can imagine, if you eat only rice for like 9 days, the plumbing's gonna get pretty clogged up in there.
Oh, rice and ketchup though. Oh, the color. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was not good, right? So, yeah, that happened. And I was not well. So I went to the locals and I was like, I haven't pooped in days. Like, what do I do? And one of them was like, "Oh, que se urubi mirik," which means, what, you don't drink milk? I was like, bro, like, where am I supposed to get milk out on this island? And he was like, oh, just go to the store and buy like the milk. So I go to the milk and I'm like pounding down the milk, right? Like I'm just like drinking all of this milk. And it's not even the good milk, right? It's just milk that you can buy, like, what is it called? It was like shelf safe milk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No.
So it was like ultra heat treated or whatever, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh no! Wait, how much milk
Yeah.
did you have?
A lot. Anyway, I
That's
drink
a-
all this milk, and then this other guy was like, "Oh, you should just, have like a ton of coconuts." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So then I go and I'm just like pounding down all this coconut water and like the coconut meat, and I'm just going. And then as we're walking around, my stomach is like, it's like an emergency. And it turns out that those things
It's like
are
a delayed
very much
reaction. It's like a
yeah,
delayed
yeah,
reaction
like
kind of thing.
the laxative effect of that stuff is intense. So yeah, I went. We ran home. Yeah, and by ran I mean long strides.
Did you make it?
Yeah,
Sometimes you don't make it. Did you make it? Like you made
I
it
did
home?
make it. There was
Nice.
never a time when I didn't make it. Unfortunately. Fortunately.
Unfortunately?
No, I said fortunate.
Yeah, yeah, you said unfortunately and
I
then
knew-
corrected
He
yourself.
wants to queue up another story.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah, he
No,
wants-
I knew people that they did not make it, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, they're like halfway home. They got another half an hour walk. It's not like you can just like sprint that out or something, right?
I was worried that the milk situation would have dire consequences in your stomach and then back out of your mouth. Because I think
Mm.
if you drink too much lactose, if you drink too much milk, it the body rejects it. The 1 gallon challenge is a challenge, not conquered by many.
Oh, yeah, that's just so fucking nasty. Like stuff like that is not good. 'Cause, yeah, I think people always like throw up when you do that, right? It's like really hard to not throw up if you drink an
Yeah,
entire gallon of
you're
milk.
almost always throwing up unless you
Yeah.
practiced it
Yeah, train
or
for it,
your
yeah.
stomach biome is like weird, very weird.
Yeah,
It's yeah.
yeah. It's like the
Yeah.
eating challenges. I am honestly so impressed by people who do eating challenges. Like that shit is fucking crazy.
I did an eating
I don't
challenge
understand.
once.
Oh, wait, what was it? What was the challenge?
I've done
Is this about to be
several.
another poop story? Because I I don't know, Steph. You're not beating the allegations on this one.
I did the blazing hot wings for Buffalo Wild Wings. I did that one. That's more of like a spicy food challenge. I also did the one of everything on the value menu challenge from Dairy Queen. That wasn't so bad.
Whoa. Dude, what is Decima doing? What is this?
She's
that-
losing it.
Yeah, Decima just goes up
Dude,
and
she's
stays
in.
up.
She's in the updraft.
Yeah, just go. Yeah, yeah.
She's got gliding
Oh, I
unlocked.
mean, yeah, dude, the updraft is actually like trolling her. That's crazy.
I think she's doing the jump animation, but because she's not moving, it just looks extra weird.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The one where she moves. That's a good bug, though.
Yeah, Katina Eats Killers was in OnlyFans too. I actually did a couple of dungeons. I think a raid with Katina Eats Killers. Crazy. We live in a small world, guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sneb unleashed. He unleashed.
Man, I really need to break out the journals so that I can remember all of the stories, because there's like so many stories that I kind of forget them.
A torrent of filth.
Yeah.
I do think on the slop topic, I think it might be possible to feed AI like everything you've ever said or typed, and for it to like emulate you.
Yeah.
I think that might be like a service for like people that pass too early, and their relatives or friends or whatever might
Whoa,
want like
dude.
a companion, like an
yeah,
AI companion.
and then you can
It's-
like talk
it's
to
crazy,
a deceased
but-
relative. That is, whoa.
Yeah,
That is.
I think
spooky.
even just to say like, oh, you passed too early, and I love you, and
you can have some
I'll
clearance.
cherish our
Yeah,
times
some-
together,
some-
and
yeah.
it would have some response
closure.
that would be like
Yeah.
on point. Ooh,
Yeah. That is super spooky. Oh. Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, illusion of life. What the fuck? Dude, this is illegal.
you just let him tick out, right?
Yeah. Oh, this other guy's gonna get me though.
Wait, the illusion might actually let him die later, so you rally.
Okay, they can't res him. Oh. Okay, we got this guy too. Oh, I just got condied. Uh-oh. I don't think you can finish me though. Oh, he's going for the res. That's not the play. Did he die? Dude, this was... I'm not gonna lie, this behavior was very cancerous. It's very annoying when this happens. The Lord is...
Have they made it to the montage?
Well, yeah. The Lord kind of fucked them over. Immortal Elements, nice prime. Oh, yeah, I should stop streaming actually, because I need to actually stream at a reasonable time tomorrow. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
do.
should.
Yeah. Snip, you need to stream soon, bro. You need to stream 8. You need to get 60
I streamed
in HC.
today.
You need to get.
You did
need
stream
to-
today?
You did. I did see that, to be fair. But you need to get 60 in HC.
I need to get back in. It's just been a busy week.
You do need to get back in, yeah.
We can play tomorrow evening if you want. HC.
Ooh,
Shit.
be
Continues. It's not over.
I've got to cast
Tell
Tournament of
Snap to
Legends.
Wing 8 CM, he's too scared. It's not that I'm too scared, it's that I just don't have a team and I don't really want to... I can't commit to like playing at certain times on certain days right now because of my schedule, so it's just not viable for me to have a team.
Sounds like Grim wants to carry us. That's what that sounds like.
Yeah. And realistically, who wants to take me into Wing 8 CM? I actually think I'd be fine if I just played Condimech, because Condimech's like really easy.
So you just scourge it up. You just
Or
You
Scourge.
just
I can
Scourge
do
it
either
and
one
you
of those
just-
easily.
get the kills easy. I feel you on the prog thing. How like the prime time for progging is like day
Like
one,
now.
and the window like closes over time. It doesn't close all the way, but then the people that are in that window later on are probably at different points in like their end game life cycle. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
they just come from like a different place, and like it's just not the same vibe as like the people who are progging it now.
Well, you rallied.
Yeah, they kill. I don't know. They killed a guard or something. I'm
Oh.
out. I'm
No,
out.
I think you killed that guy with fear. I think you killed the
Wait,
guy
did
with
he?
fear.
Wait, did I fear him off and he died to falling damage?
think you did.
Holy shit,
Oh,
dude,
That is
we're
crazy.
still in this. I think we're still in.
You could win.
Yeah, I think we're still in this.
wait, are these the same people? Did they run all the way back?
No, it's like they brought friends, but it's not over. It's not over.
I'm almost 100%. Somebody needs to clip that. We need to watch it back. But I'm almost 100% positive you feared that guy because the timing would have been correct.
Oh,
There's no way else you would have rallied, right?
oh, I couldn't cleave him. I couldn't cleave him out.
I also feel you on the prog side. It's like I can't naturally prog anymore after playing it internally. It will never be the same again.
Yeah.
Oh, they killed the Lord.
Guys, Teapot is like absolutely beasting. Like, I need you to like think back like old school Linkin Park music playing right now. It's like I've become so numb, and then like that's what's playing. But this is, and then there's like slow motion and like pauses for what's going on, and then it's like kind of sync to the music. I can feel you there, and then he like just like finishes all these guys, fears them off the edge. Like that's what we're witnessing right now. It's like a crazy montage.
Yeah, the Necro is down.
Dude, if you kill all of these people, like, do we just call them noobs? Or do we just call whatever you're playing OP?
That's a Dame of the Arena. What rank is
They're
that
about
on
to
the
be a
leaderboard?
dead arena, if you know what I mean.
That's like a non-trivial ranking on the leaderboard, right?
That's just top 250, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh,
I mean,
it's
do you
okay.
consider that trivial? I don't know.
Never mind. I thought it was higher up.
Isn't it like Baron and Baroness? That's like top 100.
Got him!
Dude, look at him! Look at him, Roach.
Now DM him and call him a rush.
This guy tried to jump on me, by the way. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh,
Get
oh,
the
now you have, now
fuck
you have
out
to,
of here.
You have to counter BM. Slash
Get
spit. Slash
out
spit.
of here, man.
No. You just stow. You just stand over them and
Yeah.
stow. That's the new tech.
Oh, they're
Wait,
taking that
they
tower.
actually jumped like earlier?
You need to get in there, Teapot.
Yeah, we're in.
1v1. Can you do it? Oh yeah, I knew he was gonna push you back there. Oh, you teleported in. Oh, you used the flesh worm. Smart. I thought you would have used it defensively. Oh, this guy's getting wrecked. Holy crap. Wow.
Soul Beasts,
I just-
they have like the knock and then the rapid fire, and that's if that doesn't
it,
connect,
yeah.
they're kind of like.
And there it is. I have captured the tower. I get silver participation for that, by the way. Thanks, Roy.
Roy knocked you down out of gold.
Yeah.
He was on the stream. He was watching.
And that's how
Wow.
it is. I am now in charge of the crankshaft depot.
That was crazy.
Yeah. I'm getting secondhand depression. If people didn't even kill me in this montage, it makes me never want to go into episode. Wait, why? Wait, what?
Because
Oh,
then if they
man.
played against you, you would montage them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, look, I got montaged by people every now and then. One time, you know Nudie? One time Nudie and them were running around though. They were on my team, and we went around and we just like wrecked people over and over
Yeah.
and over again.
It's good.
Whatever happened to Nudie? I know Nudie went on that like
I think he's bad. I
extreme,
think he does some
like
stuff now,
self-improvement thing for a while, and then
Mhm.
I don't know what happened after that.
right? I don't know. But, I mean, I think he did some stuff recently in World vs. World. Like roaming stuff.
Can we watch the VOD? I swear that you must.
Nah, I think you're right.
must
I think you're
have-
definitely right, yeah.
You must have knocked him off the edge. This is the only explanation.
Yeah,
You know what's interesting to me? In World Wars 2, if somebody tries to sell a paid guide, everyone freaks out. But in World of Warcraft, people will sell you an add-on that basically plays the game for you, and everyone's like, "Here, take my $30."
People
Well-
love paying for rested XP.
Yeah, well, the thing
People
is, I
love
mean,
paying
Rest
for it.
XP is a little bit controversial, to be fair, but yeah, people don't really mind it. I mean, it's actually a really weird gray area with the TOS, because you're not supposed to actually charge for add-ons. That's an interesting meme, right? You're not supposed to. So it's a bit of an interesting, weird gray area kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like selling Questie's UI abilities, but then it's only linked up with everything if you buy the.
If you buy the add-on.
Yeah, you buy like the content.
Buy the pack.
That the add-on reads. Yeah. It is effective though. I rated someone in Classic, and they're already like a seasoned player, but they just have like friends that are at 60 already, so they were like, I'll just use Rested XP and like giga grind, or not even grind, but just like giga level up to 60 to be with them, and it was pretty effective. That add-on. I ask him for help.
I'm actually allowed to say this. And you know what, guys? I think this is actually pretty cool, right? I think this is pretty cool. But we have big shout out to Roy for really helping with this, by the way. Legend, as always, is Roy, actually. But for Master of the Arena, guys, we are going to be able to put the names of the winners on the Wall of Champions in the PvP lobby, which is like right in front of the monthly thing over here. But yeah, big shout out to Roy for actually sorting that out. But yeah, if you win Motor, you will be put in the game, kind of, because you will exist on this wall. And look, there you go. You can see here. Look, dude, wow, this, holy shit. This brings me back. First place car crash. Okay. Yeah, that's content. Permanently, yes, permanently. Well, as far as I understand it, anyway. And look, maybe they'll put me on here as an authorized shoutcaster. It's so cool to see Kalaris here as well, actually. Kalaris, StarCraft 2 guy, now does a lot of like general esports stuff. But yeah,
you've got your teapot already.
Yeah, I guess I've already got that. Shout out to Ben for doing that. Yeah,
Big Ben.
But yeah, like, I don't know, because I did want to try and come up with something a little bit special. You know, we already had the title, right? Yeah, that was the first. You know, we did Community Conqueror for the first time with Motor 2, and we wanted to see if we can get something a little bit special for this Master of the Arena. Thing is very likely to be kind of the grand finale, right? And I'm very much trying to motivate the teams to play. Like, the thing is, right now, guys, I'll be very transparent. Like, we've got European teams that we can play, but I really want to make it worth it for Team USA to play, and I want to offer them something that they actually want. Because, you know, it's a lot of work. You know, it's a lot of work. It's not unreasonable to kind of want a good payoff, you know, for all of that work and all of that effort that goes into it. And I thought that was actually pretty cool. But yeah, we are struggling on teams right now. Look, I'm going real with you guys. Like, the PvP scene, you guys are not helping me here. Okay, one, there's a bunch of degens, so you know they're illegal. And two, people are getting permabanned left and right. Okay, 2 French worms, Azaz is permabanned. Esprit is currently permabanned. Yeah, USA is not feeling the energy right now, which honestly, judging by the state of the NA ranked ladder, that's fair. If we're being honest here, so you know that's not exactly ideal. But yeah, is the team unbanned that they can scrim? Well, the problem is that they can't make new accounts. They're like hyper banned, which is super annoying. Because look, realistically, guys, I do want Motor to be on. I want it to be on May 31st. That is what I want. I want May 31st and June the 1st is what I'm looking for. Yeah. That's what I want to do. I want to get it done. I want it to be hype as fuck. I've got loads of crazy technology that's going to blow your guys' mind. When you see it, you're going to go, wow, this is really cool. And you're going to go, and I'm going to go, yeah, it is actually really cool.
Yeah.
And we do want to make it done. I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Talk about it a little bit on Saturday with Tournament of Legends. I think that's a good time to do it. It'd be pretty cool. What's something really bad? Well, okay, so this is the story. Basically, Azaz did a trade on the Overflow Trading Company Discord, and the guy he traded with had done RMT. That then flagged Az's account for RMT, and they nuked his account from orbit. And here's where the meme really intensifies. The worms obviously tried to like get around this by buying him an account, and Esprit used his own payment method to buy Az's an account. Now, I thought this was actually pretty widely known, actually, but ArenaNet, the way, and this is true for a lot of companies, not just ArenaNet, but like the way a games company might handle a permanent ban is they might look at the payment method associated with an account, right? Because of course they have that when you buy an account. So guess what happened? Because Azaz tried to use an account that Esprit bought, that associated Esprit with Azaz, and then he got nuked from fucking orbit as well. Permanently, and now he can't make an account either. And the thing is, RMT is one of the things that support they'll just throw away the key on, to be honest, like if you do this kind of stuff, especially if you know, do like multiple accounts. So it's like, I don't know, GG. Yeah.
Huh. That's pretty crazy. Oh, we should probably also say, if we're gonna do IRL a raid tourney, it's probably gonna end up being the 14th, I think.
The 14th? Wait, let me actually check. Oh yeah, just for some context there, guys. You guys have got some fucking content coming in June. Because Sneb's coming to the UK, we are going to run a 10K live. I will have a streaming setup. I'll probably use my...
If we can find one.
Yeah, if we can find one. I mean, we could just do a 10K. We could just run 10K as well, right? Like, we don't have to...
I guess that's true. We don't need the race.
I mean, if
It's
the
just
worst
cooler
case
if there's a
scenario,
race.
if we can't find a 10K race to actually enter and just directly participate in, we'll just run 10 kilometers, right? And then, well, I mean, look, that's honestly, that might be better because we'll probably be talking while doing it at least a little bit, right? And then we kind of weird if we were running, but either way works.
I'll just probably be dead.
Yeah, doesn't matter. That is what we're gonna do. But Sneb thought, why the fuck not? Let's do an in-person tournament. So in other words, we'd both be here in my little studio, basically, right? And we'll run the tournament from here together as one unit. Like, I'll set up for this. Sneb can use this headset, which we actually use for Motor, by the way. And fun fact, I'm not sure if Roy still uses this, but I sent Roy one of these, actually. So you're welcome for his audio quality. I'm not sure he's using it now, actually. I'd have to go check a VOD. But yeah, I sent Roy one of these too. Because, fun fact, one of the original plans was for Roy to actually fly out to the UK to do Motor with us. But guess what happened, guys? COVID. So that didn't end up panning out, unfortunately. But yeah. Yeah. HyperX Cloud 2. These are actually Audio Technica. So not quite, but I guess a little bit similar. Yeah.
Nico asks a pretty good question. That if the original RMT story is true, all I can imagine is the person that did RMT probably got on Overflow's blacklist pretty quickly. They have a blacklist. I don't know if people actually use it though.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
That is spooky to think about.
I mean, it could be fake news. It could be fake news. I'm just kind of reporting on the information I've been told. But yeah, of course, you know, it could be bullshit.
It also depends on the in that Discord you get rep for every like successful trade you do.
Oh, you heard other news? Wait, hold on. Boyce DM me actually.
Oh shit.
Dude, Boyce has got information. Could also be BS. I mean, yeah. Honestly, it's very difficult to tell.
Yeah, when I would trade on there, I made sure the people I traded with had giga rep.
Yeah. Oh shit, dude, Boyce is about to drop a nuke. He's about to expose French worms. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I am really struggling with teams for Motor right now. Because we don't have Team USA currently. I think Grim is like completely depleted on PvP, so that's kind of game over. We have 55, obviously, and there's like another French team that's maybe forming. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit tricky. Maybe even 2 additional French teams. It's literally going to be like France v France, man. It's going to be crazy. Yeah.
I think Grim is casting more tournaments than actually playing in them at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually big. Boyce did just unleash. I have the information. Isn't French Worms out anyway? Well, I mean, not if I can... not if I can convince them to play. Look, all I want to do is one more fucking tournament. And honestly, I'm going to say it. You know, I'm going to get ego here. I'm going to be a little bit ego. You fuckers owe me. You guys owe me this. You owe me playing in this tournament for all I've done fucking carrying you guys over the years in terms of giving you content, okay? Log the fuck in, play my talk, then uninstall the game for all I care, okay? Do me this one favor, okay? This one favor in return. Yeah, where is the thanks? Yeah, I'm starting to feel like America over here. We've come full circle. Yeah. I'm going to start tariffing these fuckers. Based. I'm going to get a tariff on all
200% tariff.
Yeah, 200% tariff, yeah. I'm going to do it. I am going to 200% tariff. That's what we're doing.
It's too soon.
Yeah.
Too soon. It's too late. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The economy's in shambles over here.
We're here, man. Raid a game. Okay, well, look, here's the thing, boys. I know you are. You guys need to do your PvP thing, like leverage them, like bully them, whatever you need to do to get the other guys to play. That is what we need.
Should I also bring a blue robe?
I mean, yeah, you could do. I mean, I've probably got a spare you can use as well. Yeah, cook me up a fucking scheme, boys. Holy shit. Sort me out here. Okay, we have pad
The scariest thing, though, would be like, you know, Worms, you know, 5th account wins, and then they're immortalized on the black. That's...
The immortalized account is like... Yeah, that's... I mean, well, I don't think we would do that. We'd probably use their screen name, right? Like, I would imagine would be the approach there. Let me far. Okay, this guy is going far. Who knows? Who knows what could happen?
The match starts
Are you ever going to bed?
Oh, I think I'll play this game and then go to bed. Actually, it's super late. It's 5:30. Holy shit, yeah. I need to be up earlier.
Is it late or early?
I mean, at this point, who knows?
I like Lowry is amazed at 200%.
Yeah.
When really that's just phase 1.
That's just, yeah. We're going 2,000%. Okay, that's the actual number we want to work up to. We need the 2,000% tariff.
We need more memes in politics. Like, wouldn't it be funny if Trump was like, "We're putting a 69% tariff on Canada," and then we're just
we had the memes, and then they just we had the memes, and no one thought they were memes, and then they just turned out to be true.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, we memed a little bit too close to the sun.
We're in hyper reality.
Yeah, we memed way too fucking hard, bro.
200% tariffs. We thought that was gonna be a meme. We thought
it wasn't a joke.
And the defense was, oh, he's just doing that to bring them to the table and like compromise down to 50%. It's like, no, it's full meme. You never go full meme.
I preferred it when everything was boring. Okay, I want that back. Let's just make it boring again.
Yeah, I wish Metal Gear Solid 2 had stayed a video game. Okay, that things got way too crazy, way too quick.
What the fuck is going on in this game, by the way? Is this NA? Oh, wait, yes, it literally is. Yeah, I'm on NA. I'm playing NA PvP right now.
Bro, you're gonna win this so hard.
Does your rating change when you change servers?
I think it resets you. Like, that's my understanding. Yes. So I think you get reset. I have never seen... I saw some crazy tech here. The Reaper popped his stun break on, like, he used Spectral really far away, right? Then he popped it, and then as soon as he got attacked, he teleported out. Like, that is crazy tech. Like, why is everyone staying here, by the way? Okay, what is this? Yeah.
Yeah, watch, the other team's gonna AFK soon.
But yes, guys, I am now announcing on all PvP tournament rewards, 5,000% tariffs. But yeah, real talk, guys. I actually might be trying to cook a little bit of a prize pool, starting with Tournament of Legends. Actually, cash and gold. I actually have a bunch of gold that I can use. So Like, if people don't have that much, that's fine. But yeah, I kind of want to get a bit of cash together. I was actually thinking of doing it. I thought what would be actually cool. This is Falco gave me this idea, and it's actually a really great idea. I really like this. I was thinking we could do a 3-way split between the prize pool, like charity, and then me as well. So we could do that. That actually might be a good thing because, okay, and I'm not saying I just want to like funnel the money to myself here. One of the issues we've actually had previously with prize pools, and this has actually come up multiple times. Like, some people have said that they would, because people would be fine with donating to Mota, but they want to donate to me, right? Like, I've actually had this fever. I'm not joking, by the way. Like, or maybe I am. Maybe I just love money. But people, you know, so I think if we do that, we might actually end up getting more money than we otherwise would for this, because we've actually had a really hard time, like, kind of crowdfunding for some of this stuff before. It's like very difficult to do. But yeah, I'm trying to come up with some strategies to improve it.
Yeah, you probably don't want to frame it as, yeah, I know the guys that have win traded before and stuff. Do you want to donate to get them a prize?
Well, you could start a coin, you know?
Oh yeah, meme coin, yeah.
Yeah, we should. Yeah.
Oh, you thought that was a meme?
Yeah,
no, that actually happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that actually happened. Yeah, that actually happened, Sneb. Do you remember when they when he rug pulled his own supporters? I remember that. Happened day one.
Oh,
I remember
yeah,
that. Yeah, that happened.
I'd buy a teapot coin.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And when it dips, I'd buy some more.
True chatter is to have teapot coin.
Go home and buy some right now.
Hold and never sell. Selling is for the weak.
Dude, what is happening in this game though? Like, I do not understand this. I really do not get this. This is crazy. I guess I'm in like demon rating because I've never played a game in this season on NA, so it's probably like it sent me to the Shadow Realm pretty much. But this is just wild.
This is what all my games are like. What are you talking about?
I mean, this is like all your games. That's what you're telling me.
Every single game is like this, either on the receiving end or the attacking end. Yeah.
You've lost, Dragon.
This is unhinged behavior. A subathon PvP arc? I mean, maybe I should just do a subathon, to be honest. Maybe it's time. Although I'm not sure if that's really going to work in Guild Wars 2. Nobody has any money here. You have to do subathons in sub-fee games. That's how it works. Like, that's the tech. Wow.
Do you enjoy how they continually feed into you?
I do, yes. You'll notice that the enemy
It's
team
probably
is
funny because there's probably someone on their team that's screaming, saying, "Please stop feeding! I beg you."
Yeah, begging them,
anyway.
begging them to stop feeding.
And then they're like, "Oh, I want the game to end faster."
Artifacts are accruing power.
I feel like this Rev, he's got a tryhard name. I bet this guy is like begging them to just like free him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that Rev was using about face, so he's clearly a good player.
Yeah, that is how it works. Oh, dude, that that Scepter 3 was so disgusting. Holy shit! It actually just killed all three of them.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Oh man, that's so funny. Yeah, that was brutal. That was one of the most brutal Scepter 3s ever. Holy shit.
You've captured Lion.
And this is one of the most brutal games ever. Oh man, that's funny. Well, I mean, this was an experience. The good news is it does look like we're gonna win. Dude, this guy does it every time. What is this? I can't even play the game. I have to watch this guy. We have to study him. Like, he pops Spectral Walk and uses it for the swiftness. This is high level. I'm sorry, guys. This is very high level.
Can you even port back to spawn if you use it in spawn?
I assume you probably can, actually.
That might be his tech, you know?
Yeah. And this is crazy technology.
Your team is victorious.
18 kills, 0 deaths. 502 to 76. Huh.
To be fair, it looks cool, so I understand popping it as soon as you spawn.
Yeah. And then, oh yeah, and look at this. It was a duo queue on the enemy team. I feel like this must be kind of extreme on NA, right? If you're a platinum duo queue, surely the algorithm, it will violate you, right? I feel like these guys probably just got punished so hard.
Yeah, you're also smurfing technically.
That is true,
right?
yeah, because I am actually smurfing. It thinks that I'm much worse than I am, right? Because my rating probably got reset to 0 when I transferred to NA. So it put me on the blue team, thinking that I'm a complete noob. So it put me with people who are going to be a little bit better. I don't know. Bideal, isn't that Anya? I don't know. Dude, I don't know if people's fucking alt accounts, bro.
Dude,
I don't fucking
the
know, bro.
naming, the account naming, when I'm casting, and Grim was like, "Oh, go look at Anya," and I'm like, "Who the hell?" I need to like rename every account I see in like high level matches. Or go look at Mark, and I'm like, "Who? What?"
Yeah. Oh man, it's funny.
Can't rewind the stream. Just all Scourges all day.
Yeah. Look, if you want to beat Wing 8 CM guys, you just play 8 Scourges. Trust in the green class. You always trust in the green class. There is no reason to play anything else. It is the superior spec. Yeah, especially Trailblazer. Trailblazer Scourge is the ultimate build. It is the fucking
Literally
ultimate build.
blazing the trail for Wing 8 CMs.
Yeah, it is. It actually is. Yeah, it's the only build even worth considering playing. Everything else is dog shit. Condi Mech is shit. The good build is Trailblazer Scourge. Full Trailblazers on Greer, yeah. We actually played a slightly different setup. I'm not sure if Grim was playing Blood Scourge or not, but we basically played 6 Trailblazer Scourges and then 2 Alack Scourges. I was playing Ritualist, and then we had 2 Heal Chronos. I think we wanted to go for a bit more damage, right? Because we were having one of the Scourges just tank Greer and Ereg at 10%, so we could basically free farm the champions without those mobs without the bosses free casting on us, which made the Titan phase incredibly easy. And then after that, you just kill the boss. And you can also just like pre-stack Condis, right? That was another thing we did. We basically let the last Greerling bleed out, and then finish the boss. Because actually, people have done more research, and it looks like it is a 30-second timer after the champions die, not based on the spawn. Although, I don't know, who the fuck knows. But that's what it looked like now, anyway. That's how it appeared to be the case. And I think that was, like, kind of the tech that we were abusing there. Nice.
Dude, people can't believe the Trailblazer tech.
I mean, they can't believe it. They can't believe it.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
People don't remember EOS. People don't remember World's first EOS.
Yeah. They don't remember,
which was the hardest encounter in the game, probably
forever. Maybe even forever. That's not
Would that still be? I still think that'd be the hardest, even compared to the Wing 8 CMs, right?
Okay. If you do it on legendary mode, yeah, but not on CM anymore, to be honest.
Not on CM anymore. At the time, I think
yeah.
if you scale, even when you do the power scaling to now, like everything's gotten stronger. But I don't think. Oh man, EOS would be so. If it just had like the more HP to handle the scaling. EOS was like that was a challenge, and then the greens.
Obviously. Oh no, EOS is still okay. Yeah, that old EOS was easily the hardest fight in the game. It can even today, easily, not even close. Yeah, no question about that. Like pre-nerf, absolutely, yeah.
I think longest prog technically.
Yeah.
In terms of like PvE endgame achievements.
Easily the hardest fight, for sure. Now you can do. Honestly, it is kind of cool what you can do with like the Tempest rebound tech. That's actually pretty cool if you ask me. The way they handle the greens to kind of like neutralize that mechanic pretty effectively at 10%. But yeah.
Yeah, I wish rebound in PvE, maybe PvE only. I wish it affected 10 players, but then you got a debuff to where it would not affect you again for X minutes or something.
I think it would be fine if it affected 10 players in PvE. I don't think that would really be a big issue, you know?
Same with Dwarf Elite.
All right, I'm going to sleep.
Dude, Dwarf Elite on 10 players, that would be fucking OP, bro. That would be mega.
That'd be so sick.
That'd be so overpowered. Oh my.
But it would need the cooldown debuff, so you can't get it again.
I feel like having debuffs is weird though. Isn't that a bit weird? Yo, good night, Seb. See ya, bro. Watch out for the rice. The rice ain't nice. I can't believe
crazy.
Sneb told us how we fucking unloaded. Okay. Like,
he told us he planted the dynamite. That's crazy. Yeah. I was not anticipating that. Well, I called it, but I didn't know it was going to go that far. That's crazy.
Planting the dynamite. What the fuck? That's crazy.
It's blowing the dam.
Oh man, dude. Honestly,
he put his pictures in his journal.
He probably recorded it. That's what actually happened. Yeah,
it's probably seared into his memory.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you're not gonna forget that, are you? Like, you're not gonna forget that.
And then you know memories they get embellished over time, just like naturally. They get like exaggerated by your brain, so it's probably
be more
even
powerful.
Yeah, even stronger.
Yeah. All right, okay, gamers. I'm gonna raid Emmy, who's doing Wing 8, I think, probably. Everyone's doing Wing 8 these days. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna do the clear on EU. Gonna finish off Decima, and then we're gonna finish off Ura as well. That should be pretty fun. And then on Saturday we've got Tournament of Legends, and we'll be talking about Motor, I think, a little bit. So stay tuned for that, guys. Yeah, that'll do it. Follow, subscribe, watch. You guys know the drill. You know what's going on with all this kind of stuff. Yeah, I'll see you then, gamers.